These people just rehearse how they will do it. We have been advised that they will do the anthems when the chief guest comes. Just remind us, our teachers are sitting with the students. You just sit with your students, and the head teachers are sitting in the tent at the extreme right. The rest of us can fit in these other tents. The school which has just come in. Thank you so much for coming. You are most welcome. By 10, we shall be picking up officially with the team that is going to take us through. But right now, I want to welcome you all to this function. Yesterday we had marvelous lessons, and our tutors really did a lot. Our ushers did a lot. Preparing us. Our teachers who are coming in, please, thank you so much for coming. We have the ushers right at the entrance. The ushers will guide the members where they are going to sit. We have the ushers right at the entrance. Please follow their guidance. May I talk to the protocol team leader?
Dancers, our visitors, we continue to welcome you. Feel at home, this is Works. Yes. Let us have the dancers of Chisoga. Get ready. Creative dancers, also get ready. Make sure your song is with a DJ. We don't want you to come here and you begin working on your song. Soga dance. Please get ready in the next 1 minute. Is Mutagaya ready? Where is Mutagaya? Mutagaya, come here. I want the creative dancers to get ready on stage right now as we wait for the Soga dancers. Can we dress on our costume? get ready. We have 3 minutes to get ready with our presentation.
Welcome to the new year. Hatana Mashida, we are still here. We are more than conquerors. No weapon of darkness can conquer us. Ha! Welcome to the new year. Hatana Mashida, we are still here. We are more than conquerors. No weapon of darkness can conquer us. This year we are taking it easy. Ha! Chapa maombi Yesu wasikize. Ha! Tunarudi kwa mpenzi wa kwanza. Ha! Nimeshamaliza stanza.
Thank you for coming. Thank you all the schools that have participated in the national campaign to address defilement, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and promote positive parenting in Uganda. Please, thank you for being part of this at Wanyange Girls Secondary School.
Aliyejua na nguvu zaidi alikufia wote hadi yule gaidi. Kama ni deni alilipa bunda. Simama wima toa ushuhuda. Roma saa iko salama. Yesu alikufa kaonyesha ile alama. Tena kafufuka, tena kafuruka. No wonder kila siku masaa inaruka. Ona naye. Yesu wangu anaona.
The people who worked on the seating arrangement, please, I would like to see you urgently. I would like to see you urgently. So, those who have missed where to sit, we have that tent that is facing the students, where we have been having the staff of Wanyange Girls. We can occupy that tent for the students, then the staff moves there. Our dear teachers, we shall move to that tent.
Everybody admire, like a gunfire. The word is multiplier. No fiction in a movie. Nah, nah, nah. Based on a true story. Nah, nah, nah. God himself in love for me. He love me being you. So I go dance like that. I go dance like that. I go dance like that. Yeah. I go dance like that. I go dance like that. Your words, your words. I call you daddy because you're not stingy. Sweeter than candy. You make me happy. Say voila to the voice of warrior. I say voila to the voice of a champion. I say voila to the voice of a victory. Say voila to the answer of your prayer. So I go dance like that. I go dance like that. I go dance like that. I go dance.
Yes, I saw Kira College Butiki. Thank you so much for coming. And then I can see the dancers who are to welcome our chief guest, also getting ready. I can see they are getting ready. We want to thank the staff member who worked on them. We shall have to wait for communication from the program leaders of today, and then we start off.
Y todo me empezó como un sueño. Hacerte sufrir nunca fue el intento. El corazón mío frío como el invierno, pero tú me lo calentaste. Solo tú puedes repararme, dime algo.
It's for my people, para mi gente in Puerto Rico. We stronger than ever, the hurricane cannot defeat you. I promise that he'll never leave you. He'll never lead you in the wrong way. Every day God will lead you.
Ni mucho de la fama, pero sé que te quiero y sé que tú me amas. Que se escuche en el cielo, lo gritaré con ganas. Que soy tuyo, soy solo tuyo.
Madam Natabi, please see us right now. Madam Natabi Agnes. Madam Natabi Agnes, please see us right now with the list of activities. Madam Natabi Agnes.
why I call you Messiah. Kill a liar, all a weird sinner. Me want live righteousness more taller. Jesus Christ, him a make me a winner. Me a say repent. Father in your eyes, I'm a sinner. Me no want to live my life there. Me say repent. Because I know I need my sin, my Father. Me a say repent. Father in your eyes, I'm a sinner. Me no want to live my life there. Me say repent. Sit down and pray. Me say repent. Repent. Me say repent. The Bible
All right,
say
thank you
him a
so
come
much
like
for
come in a the
listening. Just to announce, Busoga College Mwiri has also joined us. Thank you so much for coming to your sisters. Right about this moment, I want to request for 2 more microphones so that we can hand over the microphone to the organizer.
That's why I call you Messiah. Kill a liar, all a weird sinner. You want live righteousness more taller. Jesus Christ, him a make me a winner. Father in your eyes, I'm a sinner. Me no want to live my life there. Because I know I need my sin, my Father. Father in your eyes, I'm a sinner. Me no want to live my life there. Me say repent, sit down and pray. Me say repent. Repent, me say repent. Father in your eyes, I'm a sinner. Me no want to live my life there. Because I know I need my sin, my Father. Father in your eyes, I'm a sinner. Me no want to live my life there. Me say repent, sit down and pray. Me say repent.
Lately I've been busy counting all of my blessings. And lately I've been thinking of just how much you love me. They can put a limit on just how much you love.
So right now I want to hand over the ceremony. Atala Florence, please see Mr. Revola right now. Right now. Atala Florence, senior 6. Please see Mr. Revola right now.
Can't give your praise to another man. I won't even raise up another hand. God showed me the promised land. They don't even get it, understand. They try to move on the low. I'm trying to move close to you.
Okay.
Not just
Mr.
the
Revola.
praise on the week.
So right about this moment, we are kicking off the program officially. I'm handing over to the bigger boys so that they can take us through. Yeah.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I only hear people in that tent. What about this tent? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did you have breakfast? Bambi. Share with your neighbor what you had for breakfast. How many had cornflakes? You know you had porridge. How many had katogo? Wanyang of where? It's a lie. All right, let's do some roll call and find out which schools are represented here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we mention your school, we would like you to just stand up and we shall celebrate you this morning. You need to be proud of who you are and proud of where you come from. All right?
All right.
We will start with Busoga College, Mwiri. If you're here, please stand up. Please stand up. Can we clap
Can we
for
clap
the
for
school?
Busoga College, Mwiri?
Yeah, clap for them. We welcome you. You're looking smart.
Yeah.
And we hope that you will have a good time together. Thank you. Please do take your seat. Yes.
It's not easy to have a white uniform.
No.
Yeah.
Moreover, shorts.
With the shorts at that.
And yeah.
It is not
It is
easy.
not easy.
But all of the Busoga College boys have nice legs.
Yes, that
Have
is
you
the
seen?
beauty. Yeah, nice legs.
When they were passing here, people were like, "Hey,
Yeah.
blood of Jesus."
The ladies are like,
Mama. Which other school is present?
All right, the other school, Ginger College. Ginger College, please do stand up. Where are you at? Come on now, Jico.
Jico boys, where are you?
Yeah, they're slightly behind the screen.
Show them
We
some
see
love.
you.
Show them some
Show
love.
them some love. Can we clap for them?
Avocado,
Jico.
avocado, avocado.
Yeah, looking smart, the gentlemen in suits. And lovely, good seeing you. Yesterday I had the head boy with us in our class. And we had a good time. Have you seen the Jico boys?
Yeah, looking blazing. All right.
Looking
Do
good.
we have Kira College Boutique?
Kira College
Boutique.
Boutique. They are seated behind the one.
Avocado, 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 avocado.
Okay. Can we give them a round of applause? I'm not hearing you. Yeah. Boutique, we see you, we see you. All right. Okay, we do head to Masese Seed SF. Where are you? Masese Seed, please do stand up. They're behind you, Roddy, right there.
Where? Oh,
Yeah.
show them some love. Show them some love.
Show some love.
Avocado, 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 avocado.
Okay, we have PMM College, Wairaka.
PMM.
Wairaka, where are you?
Where's PMM? PMM.
Wairaka, PMM College, are you here?
I don't see
Okay,
them.
they are not yet here. All right, we can't see you. We have PMM Girls School. PMM Girls School, where are you?
Over there, PMM girls, you're absolutely
show them some
welcome.
love, show them some love. Okay, I like their uniforms.
Yes.
Okay, we have St. James. Where is St. James? St. James, where are you?
St. James.
Okay, St.
Hey,
James is
back
right
here.
there.
Welcome,
Okay.
welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Lubani. Lubani SS, where are you? Okay, right that side.
Also here at the back with purple and cream and blue.
We recognize you in a special way.
You are
St.
VIP.
Florence. St. Florence SS.
St.
Come on now.
Lawrence.
Yeah. We see you. We recognize you. We welcome you.
The tallest boy in St. Lawrence is standing at the front.
That is a problem. I don't know what is wrong with you.
I think it's the head boy.
Most likely
Even his head
is
is the head boy.
proportionate.
Wonderful.
We have Kachina SS. Kachina SS.
Consider
All right.
over there.
Yeah, I think those people take sugar on a daily.
They are the only school with the sugar in their porridge.
Yeah. With
Yeah.
sugar, and if they get tired of that sugar, they go to the
They get
farms
sugar cane.
directly.
They take tea and sugar
And
cane for
sugar.
break.
We have Viva College School. Viva College School,
Viva.
where you at? Viva College School.
Do we have Viva?
or they are used to Viva,
Aba
depending,
Viva.
depending on who grew you. Viva
Those-
College School, if you're here, we can't see you, all right?
Those ones haven't come.
Okay. Nalubale SS. Nalubale SS named after our very own water body here.
Welcome, welcome.
Okay, they are still on the lake. All right. St. Stephen SS Wujiri. St. Stephen SS Wujiri, where are you?
Over here,
Hey,
over here.
looking lovely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You like the khaki pants and khaki skirts.
You can think they are girl guides and
I'm telling
scouts.
you, they are very smart.
Uh-huh.
St. Stephen. Okay, we finished St. Stephen. We have Bukoli SS.
Where is Bukoli?
SS.
Over here.
Alright.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Nakabugu Muslim SS. Where are you?
Where are they?
Nakabugu Muslim SS. Okay. They are not yet here. We can't. Oh, by the way, when you mention the name of your school, feel free. It is your school. All right. Be confident and be happy. We
Yeah.
have Iganga SS. Iganga SS. Okay.
Where is Iganga SS?
Iganga
Ah,
SS,
over
where
there.
are you? Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Good to see you.
It seems each class has their own uniform.
That is true.
Wegamba. Yeah.
Running the days you are standing, it is one school uniform.
Oh, one.
From the gateman to the cook.
Okay.
Iganga High School. Iganga High School, yes, I feel the vibe there. Iganga High School, we receive you, all right? With love. We have Bukoyo SS. Bukoyo SS, are you here?
No.
Ah, right there. Bukoyo SS
Hey.
is to my extreme right.
All right.
Thank you very much for coming. We also have King of Kings. King of Kings. Are you here? King of Kings are right there behind.
Where are the kings?
Yeah, where are the kings?
Where the kings are sitting behind.
Yeah, oh, why?
It's called servant leadership.
Yes.
They are leading from behind.
From behind. That is the best way
All
to do
right.
it. Iganga Star College, Soga.
Where are the
Iganga Star College
stars?
right there next to the kings.
Shining, shining.
Ronnie, are you seeing that uniform? It even have stripes too.
You can think they are from Nigeria.
Yeah.
As if an African outfit.
My brother.
My brother,
things are good.
you look wonderful.
Punya SS, Punya SS, where are you?
Bunya.
Punya. All right.
Hey, first
Hey.
wait. Now Bunya SS are celebs in Wanyange. Let us see Bunya SS again.
Punya SS, please stand. They are exciting the one young girls.
Teacher Brian, why are your girls very excited to see Bunya SS? Now they have not welcomed Mwiri or Machiko, but Bunya, they have welcomed them. I try again. Okay. So, should I mention Mwiri, Butiki, or Majinja College? You choose for your girls. Which one should I mention?
They are brothers.
Which brothers should I mention? Obuza.
Mwiri.
Hey! Mwiri, can you stand up again?
Baby boys.
Ah, you see.
They are your brothers.
Now, can you write names of all the girls who have shouted?
Yeah.
Teacher Brian, write all of their names.
All right. Okay, should we proceed? Bufulubi SS. Bufulubi SS, are you here? We'd like to recognize you. Bufulubi
Not
SS. Okay, you're not yet here. Joy Dominion Academy. Joy Dominion Academy, where are you? Joy Dominion Academy. They are too happy to stand
They have the joy of the Lord.
Yeah, they are too happy to stand up. Kidera SS. Kidera SS. All right, Kidera SS is not here. Okay. I think we are going. Buyenda Sid. Buyenda Sid, where are you? Buyenda Sid. Buyenda Sid. There are schools that are not happy about their names, I think.
Oh, some names are not easy.
Eh.
Oh, hey, they are at the back there, Bambi. Thank you so much.
Where? Buyenda?
They are at the back.
Buyenda Sid. Yes, thank you very much.
The
We have,
school only allowed 7 to come. Yeah. Seems the headmaster is very hard.
Yeah, they are preparing for exams.
Oh.
Kisiki
Okay.
College, Namutumba. Right this side. We celebrate you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Busoka High School. Busoka High School, where are you? Okay, right that side, okay?
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Balawoli SS. Balawoli SS. Balawoli SS.
Welcome, welcome. Wonderful blue.
Okay. Buzaya. Buzaya SS. Buzaya. Yes, we see you. Thank you very much for coming. Kabuche SS. Kabuche. Kabuche. Where are you? Kabuche is extreme that side.
Hey,
See you.
welcome. Assalamu
Thank you.
alaikum.
Hey, St. Paul SS. Mbulamuti. St. Paul SS. Mbulamuti, where are you? Okay.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. We have Banda SS.
Banda.
SS. Right?
Welcome.
They are named after a former president. Okay. All right. Bubinga High School. Bubinga. Yeah, we recognize you. Thank
Welcome.
you very much. Namugongo Seed. Namugongo Seed. Right at the back. Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. This one's must have been from the
They are farmers.
They are farmers. Eh? Budini SS. Budini. Budini. Yeah. We thank you. We thank you. We thank you.
Is there anyone else left?
Yeah, two more. This one is Kanamba Tiko SS. Kanamba Tiko. Love.
That is a powerful school.
But when you catch the name, it's Kanamba.
Kanamba.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
All right.
And the last one.
Kaliro High School. Kaliro School, we thank you.
A school with umbrellas. Yeah.
People, they are rich.
Don't
They have-
play. Last but not the girls' school.
Our hosts.
And the real last, we have Wanyange teachers who are also in their uniform.
Wanyange teachers looking very smart.
DJ, give us a song for the Wanyange teachers.
Teachers, please keep standing.
Wanyange
Please keep
teachers,
standing.
stand up,
We
stand
need you
up.
to stand, yes.
In fact, all the DJ pull up, DJ pull up.
Yeah.
Do you want to see your teachers dancing? Which teacher? One of you come and tell. You come and tell me.
You know, you
Teacher
can't
who-
say a name. You know, in the evening when we go.
DJ,
in.
I want a function now.
Yeah. Teacher
Teacher
Joel.
Joel. Teacher Joe, can you come in front of your choir?
Teacher Joel.
Hey, first come back. Teacher Joe in front. Yeah, more steps forward. More steps
Teacher
forward.
Joe can lead his
Yeah. In fact, let all the teachers come out
Yeah,
and
Teacher
stand in
Joe
front
can lead
there.
his entourage. The beauty about it is all of you are wearing the same uniform.
Yeah.
So we see the teachers.
Wanyange teachers, step
Please.
forward. Oh.
Hey.
We got it.
All right.
Gentlemen,
Ocho.
in Wanyange teachers have got talent.
Yeah.
We present to you
The team led by Teacher Joe himself.
Yo. Okay, first go to Teacher Joe.
Hey.
And he first announces the name of his group.
Okay.
Are you ready? DJ, hold on, DJ. Teacher Joe,
Yes,
what subject do you teach?
biology.
Biology. So you are going to give us some biological strokes.
Yes, you are going to dance biological.
Hey! Now, Teacher Joe, is there any other teacher who you want to join you at the front? Oh, Wange. I am mathematics. Hey! Corner dance. Hey! The man is dancing like a vendor. Hey! Chemistry teachers. Where are the chemistry teachers?
CO2. Where are you? CO2.
Hey.
Come on now.
The man is dancing like a bouncing banana. Geography. Where are the geography teachers?
Geography. dancing like maps.
Banage.
Maps.
Hey. Teacher Dora is dancing like an Atlas. Atlas. Subject.
All right, let's English.
English.
Let's go now. English has done it.
Can you dance after an English teacher?
No, you cannot dance
clap
after
for one
teacher of
younger
English.
teacher so much.
Ask yourself,
All right.
can your teachers even?
We want to teach.
I'm telling you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before us is a group of beautiful girls. We are in the land of Busoga. And since we're in the land of Busoga, we'd like to kickstart this party with a dance from Busoga. So please enjoy this dance from Busoga, and we'll let you know what else is going to be happening. Today we have an early lunch, courtesy of the First Lady's office. We're all going to eat pizza, chicken, chips.
All in your what?
Whatever you want, luombo,
Luombo, whatever. Simanyi.
lasagna. First Lady agabudde. Yeah, so
Mbulukunya.
get ready. But right now we present to you a dance from the soil right here. DJ.
A round of applause to the lovely ladies.
Obrigado, 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 obrigado. Well done, well done.
Awesome.
And thank you so much, those guys who came out with some money. And they were appreciating. We hope you had money. You could have just been touching our girls' hands, pretending you are giving nothing.
But for the students, your pocket money, tomorrow you are missing break, really.
Oanji?
Huh? They have, Casta, we are eating here.
We
so
are
if you eat for tomorrow also.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
There's a very special school we seem to have forgotten.
Yeah.
And they sent their head girl to come. Sir.
I am not happy.
I said, why? She said, sir, you forgot our school.
Oh.
What's the name of the school?
Ginger Progressive SS. They have
Hey!
the vibe. They have the
There are
vibe.
many.
Yeah.
No wonder they were not happy.
They just walked from down here up.
Hey, where is their school?
Down this side.
You mean other schools came in a bus, but for them, what are you? Oh, you're getting moving. Where did you walk?
They came.
They came on the border borders.
Yeah. But if you're also here from a school that we have not yet announced, or you are not in, you just heard, and you came.
Just passing by.
Passing by and said, hey.
What is happening?
You mean they're allowing schools?
And you just came. Please let us know so we can acknowledge your presence here as well.
That's right.
Now, we have some performances.
All right.
From a few other schools. It's not just Wanyange, although they are our hosts. And I must say this, the view at the back is simply amazing. Breathtaking view. I hope you guys appreciate that view every time you come.
Yeah. And for the cool weather. Right now, we would like to Kisiki College with a song. They have a song to perform.
And we'll have a bye.
We have a dance, Mpumu Dehai. Prepare your dance and make sure that the DJ has you. Okay? We also have a skit later on. Okay? A skit later on from College Wairak. So you better prepare yourselves.
All right, while they do that, can you remind me, true love does what? Can you give it to me from the start? Say, true love waits. 1, 2, 3. Ask your neighbor, say, neighbor, are you waiting? What has the neighbor said? Wanji? If your neighbor is not waiting, ask them again. Say, neighbor. Bundi neighbor. Are you waiting? Are you waiting for break? Ask your neighbor, are you waiting for lunch? No?
Some of the neighbors were saying, late.
Hey.
Yeah.
Chogamba.
True
love
waits.
Waits. Okay. I can see we have school ready. We have only 2 mics, so maybe you need to.
We need a mic stand here if
to
it's
close
possible.
in.
Yeah.
Do we have a 3rd mic by any chance?
Just help us. Yeah. Okay.
We only have 2.
Okay. If there's a stand, it would be good to have this stand. Okay. We also will be letting you know that some dignitaries who are who will be and
Okay, thank you very much. Before you is Kisiki College Namutumba we are going to sing a song called My Tomorrow Must Be Greater Than Today. Yesterday we had facilitations and we did with all our hearts to stay sexually pure till that day for a better tomorrow. I urge you to decide to stay sexually pure, life with a purpose, so that you get a better tomorrow. Because if you don't do that, you'll not have a better tomorrow. That's why our song is Tomorrow Must Be Greater Than Today. My tomorrow must be greater than today. My tomorrow must be greater than today. His hands are not short that he cannot reach to you. His eyes are never blind that he cannot see your tears. His ears are not deaf that he cannot hear your cry. Your tomorrow must be greater than today. Your tomorrow must be greater than today. No matter what I face, no matter what I see, no matter what comes my way, no matter how I cry, one thing I know that is definite in my heart: my tomorrow must be greater than today. My tomorrow must be greater than today. No matter what I face, no matter what I see, no matter what comes my way, no matter how I cry, one thing I know that is definite in my heart: my tomorrow must be greater than today. My tomorrow must be greater than today. Hallelujah.
I'm gonna sing in my tomorrow.
Hallelujah.
I'm gonna dance in my tomorrow.
This is my song, this is my story.
I'm gonna testify in my tomorrow.
One thing I know,
One thing I know
that is definite in my heart: my tomorrow must be greater than today. My tomorrow must be greater than today. My tomorrow must be greater, far greater than today. My tomorrow must be greater, far greater than today. I can see an open heaven pouring down blessings in my life. I can see a better tomorrow. Don't you cry, oh mama. I can see broken hearts are mended. I can see the clouds have gathered. you for listening.
A round of applause to these Kisiki College students. Thank you very much. Turn to your neighbor and tell them no matter what is happening in your life, have hope. No matter what, have hope. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, keep the hope. Make sure that you work towards having a better tomorrow. Right now, I would like to invite the team from Mpumude, okay, Mpumude High. We will be letting you know about something that is happening that is going to make us smile, okay, in a short while. We will let you know about our breakfast plan, so everybody will be getting breakfast. We'll give you the direction on how to do that. Mpumude High, where are you? All right, Mpumude High is here. You can see they are resting as they come to work, as they come to do the performance. We also would like to let you know that breakfast is going to be served. So they are going to pick batch by batch as you serve your breakfast. Do enjoy the breakfast. As they do get started, Madam Stella Namoa say we need you right here. Okay, please do come.
Come on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Plummeter School. Thank you so much. As we speak, you should be getting a meal, and I can see different people are starting to be sent to their serving points.
Yeah.
In the meantime, would like head boys and head girls, the head prefects. Eki, head prefects will need to meet you behind the white tent. Eki, can you clarify on that announcement?
Oh yes, all the head boys or head girls of every school represented here, can we just meet behind this tent that has, what can I say? The tent before the tent. Please come behind all the head boys or head girls. Please come behind that tent to my extreme, second to the extreme right, okay?
All right.
To that, I also would like the head teachers of every school that is here. I would like to meet you behind the same tent, okay? Would like to meet you behind the same tent. All the head teachers would like to meet you behind the same tent. If your head teacher is not here, then please appoint the senior most teacher who can represent.
To represent.
Right.
Okay, in the meantime, I'm sure you can see in your tents, they are taking groups of you for a meal. So please don't move until an usher has come your way. In the meantime, allow me acknowledge the presence of Honorable Kalinachi Medi. You might be wondering who that is. He's the Ginger City Council Chairperson, Uganda National Students Association. And he is a student from Ginger Progressive Academy. And you can see them clapping for their honorable. Don't play. Make sure your honorable is the first to eat. No, actually, it should be the last. Servant leadership.
Yeah.
All right. In the meantime, even as you go to serve, we're going to have a short creative dance.
Wanyange.
Yeah, Wanyange girls have a creative dance for us.
They have umbrellas.
I hope they don't make it rain.
Yeah, maybe they are sure there's... Anyway.
In the meantime, those of you who get excited and want to, what do you call it, to kufua?
Yeah, to blow.
To blow.
There's
We have a box.
a box.
Don't disrupt the dance. To give money, put it in the box, and we shall give the box of money to the team that has danced.
Yes. Remember, head boys or head girls of the schools here would like to meet you at the extreme end. We also like to meet the head teachers of the different schools. Okay? Just make sure that you get there. At my extreme right, there's going to be a team there to receive you. Head boys, head girls, thank you very much as we enjoy the creative dance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a creative dance all the way from right here at Wanyange. In the meantime, if I could see, I think her name is Prima, please see me.
Respect to your my Jesus lovers. Let them who do the best to break the gospel. From the heaven, Jesus says he loves you. A salute, he salute, we salute, a salute.
Respect to your my Jesus lovers. Let them who do the best to preach the gospel. From the
Who is bewitching the creative dance? Fire. DJ, rewind and come back again. In the meantime, the owners of the following cars, DJ hold on. UAX 032N, UBB 668N, UBE 866F, UAU 799S, UBB 101Y, and UBF 783Y. Kindly attend to your cars. You will need to just park them in a different spot. Thank you.
Respect to your my Jesus lovers. Let them who do the best to break the gospel. From the heaven, Jesus says he loves you. A salute, he salute, we salute, a salute.
Respect to your my Jesus lovers. All of them who do the best to preach the gospel. From the heaven, Jesus says he loves you. A salute, he salute, we salute, a salute. I salute all the pastors, preachers on the street. All you do is for Jesus, King the Most High. I salute all my teachers, MCs in the house. I release all the blessings from the area.
Trendybeats.com.
Yeah. It's all for the money about come on the way. Go.
Obi Antone Coalition. Obi Antone Coalition. Yabi Obi Antone Coalition.
What else?
Code. Obi Antone Coalition. Obi Antone Coalition. Obi Antone Coalition. Code.
Yeah. Memma wo de pe bi embu abonfia. Ahopo pro mo ye nyina bo huntia. Oye wo time for ja no maniwia. Yambu amu amusi na bumpia.
Se wo pe mo ano meni na edi. Na na nyameni ya wakano na bebe mo.
We are alright. Jesus in the house, Mayor Princess in the palace. He's my king and no matter the address. No give up, yeah, he tolerates. Jesus love me back to the day I'm born. Every time I feel alright, and no matter day or night, my future is so bright. And I know you, my friend, we tight. We are alright. Jesus in the house. Where my ladies at? They're my boys, man.
Estamos rompiendo la disco.
All right, let's give it up for the creative dance from Wanyangi girls. Well done, well done, well done. In the meantime, I hope you are getting yourself a bite and a drink, courtesy of the First Lady's office. How many of you came with your True Love Waits cards? Make sure you have your card. We're going to have a small exercise with your True Love Waits card a little later. But now I'm going to ask DJ Peruz to take over. And I'll ask Teacher Brian to guide me on the next performances. Thank you for being organized. I'm wondering if the tents at the back are also getting food.
We know retire. Woman, you do bonge. Kaduna, you do a chicken bonge.
bombe. Dance for me chicky bombe number one. Woman ya chicky bombe. Kaduna ya tu with it. Style ya chicky bombe. Dance for me chicky bombe number one. Wole kabyo na byoliko. Dance to the beat to the flow. No matter what, when na byoliko. Dance to the beat to the flow. Ono ye kaya bikonyola. Yes, bikonyola. Ono ye kaya bizungula. You're not a Shiva. Fire, fire, oh. Gospel music with fire, oh. We know retire, oh. My DJ so fire, oh. Woman ya jetu bonge. Kaduna ya tu with the chicky bombe. Style ya chicky bombe. Dance for me chicky bombe number one. Woman ya jetu bonge. Kaduna ya tu with the chicky bombe. Style ya chicky bombe. Dance for me chicky bombe number one. Wole kabyo na byoliko. Dance to the beat to the flow. No matter what, when na byoliko. Dance to the beat to the flow. Nunca lango, don't go back Congo. Yes, put dance flow. Light up your candle. Number one, everyone you young cholera. Number two, nakayimba nenkuyimbira. Number three, emikisa nokukirira. Number four, nambuli nutijuza. Fire, fire, oh. Gospel music be fire, oh. We no retire, oh. My DJ so fire, oh. Woman ya jetu bonge. Kaduna ya tu with the chicky bonge. Style ya chicky bonge. Dance for me chicky bonge number one. Woman ya jetu bonge. Kaduna ya tu with the chicky bonge.
Alright then, Silina Chemba Singanyo, Silina Maja Silina Gawakanganyo, Simani Nativa Tisanyo, Simani Rati Jempita Wanjanyo, Walawa, Penolubi Miela Tuli Kulumu, Levini Mebe Tusimera Tusimbina Wamu, Etijimu Tokujimu Satukode Sachimu, Watevimu Bikulevimu Nevikonelamu, Tenjimu Wamu, Lomu Someta Tusomesera Veromu, Katabamu Baina Bamu Nevasigalamu, Antikwasa Kanyanya Vasesa. Alright then, Zajino Mulwanya Tapekeka, Omulwanyi Namigarwana na Wandula, Zaina Lusosi Wanolwa Taseteza, Newajane Bama Malana Kukaka, Jelaba Omuyaga Wegunja Mayuma Nega Yuga Malala Nega Meneka, Yeyango Jikwasa Kanyoja, Kayomba Kango Katete Kanyoja, Matima Ebizi Munevija Banene Nebakama, Matiga Nega Tonya, Yeyango Jikwasa Kanyoja, Yala Tango Tete Kanyoja, Achikwasa Kanyayo, Achitete Kanyayo, Achikwasa Kanyayo, Yesu Wanga Tete Kanyayo. Alright then, Sinta Basinga Yobulunji, Sinta Basinga Yedozi, Sinta Basinga Yobutuki, Libuno Yamukamera Yetaka Kudaga, Sawentunulira Balalebi Machitanya, Netunulira Balalebi Matingamia, Nebuzamukamana and Divadewa, Navakuba Yeto Yaya, what you don't know. Kango Bakubo Mutiki Gubatuke, Nagala Mukuzi, Gubasi. Bakube kuluno go bachuze mujana kulo kokasitani mumupize nako bakubo muziki go batuke ndagala mukuzino bukele bubasiwe nako bakube kuluno go bachuze moje mu makanise bitula mu bifize labawo jama yumba nega yuga malala nega me eyango je kwasa ganyoja kayomba kango katete kanyoja matema ebizibu nebijja banene ne bakaba mati kanyoja yala tango tete kanyoja atikwasa kanyayo no atitete kanyayo no atikwasa kanyayo no Yesu wanga titete kanyayo no katilaba yatuwa birunja balala nebebu nebasasana ubutego nebuchangalana anti Yesu yapekati yabidukanya katilaba balala boje bakabira emera musanyu endalo Yesu anwadira press andi yandegerera nebwaba nebirunja sigalera nyongera amazima katitembela ize bela happy Yesu yalipize ebyange yabiteleta ndistede sitayimba nyimba tana kunyimba zapate nako bakubo muziki kubatuke ndagala mukuzino bugele bubasiwe nako bakube kunono kubachuze muje mu makanise bitula mu bifize labawo kuyaga weguja mayuma nega yuga malala nega menyeka eyango je kwasa ganyoja kayomba kango katete kanyoja mazima ebizibu nebinja banene
nawa nakusembeza sende yali kuwalya yesu anaterokuda tiya nakusanga wamogeta ngoboyesi bempazo mukiriza yesu anakusonyiwa
I know the attention has shifted, and we are having different attentions now. However, we want to thank the previous presenters who have been entertaining us. And right about this moment, I want to say, St. Stephen's Bujiri, you had a dance, prepare for it. Go to the DJ and give him your selection, then you come here very fast. Right, as we have our bite, let's remember that we are here to learn, and then Wanyange girls and those who are going to lead us in the anthems, please go behind the tent now where you rehearsed from. Behind the tent where you rehearsed from. Hurry up, they need you as urgently as possible. So as we take a bite, let's remember that we are here to learn, and whatever that we should learn, we should put it into practice for the betterment of our lives. The Life Skill Summit is there to improve the lives of children in Usoga. Therefore, we are very blessed. St. Stephen's, if you are not yet set, Iganga Star SS Busagwa has a presentation equally. We want to give you the chance before we get into other businesses. Peter, if you're not here, we can prepare that presentation for tomorrow. Iganga Star, I am equally waiting for you. Meanwhile, we are going to have the Chinyankore dance, courtesy of Wanyange girls, in case they finalize with the in charge of the machine, so that we can have our presentations going on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to this summit. We really welcome you to the grounds of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, and we are so happy that we are hosting the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports. We are really privileged as Busoga to have her here today. Yeah, I want to recognize the presence of our city leaders. Some of them have joined us. The city leaders at different levels. Please feel welcome. And then those from the district and the various districts surrounding Jinja, within Busoga, and the neighboring areas. Please feel welcome to Wanyange Girls Secondary School. This is a Life Skills Summit, and it has been organized for these teenagers to learn something so that we can improve on their lives. Yes, Wanyange Girls, please get here with our Rukundo. Rukundo, please get here and we have our dance. Please, let's just run. Yes, you organize yourselves there so that we can play for you. These are the young citizens of Uganda. They are patriots, and that's why they are dressed like that. Ladies and gentlemen, they want to entertain us with Rukundo. That dance is from my culture there.
That dance is Rukundo Rimana. So you are free to dance as they present unto us. Can we get ready very fast? Hey, hurry up. Rukundo Rimana.
Yeah, I will translate what it means. Just after their presentation, you remind me to translate so that we know what it means. But in the meantime, I can see our gallant people, very, very serious. Selector, when you are ready, you let me know and I also get ready here. So smart. Just like me.
Urukundo rw'Imana ni rurerure cyane ntawarurondora. Urukundo rw'Imana
I presume that hand clap was not enough. Yeah, I am also going to challenge right now. So clap for me. All right, thank you so much, Wanyange Girls Patriotism Club. You have really done it very well. It is about Rukundo. So Rukundo means love, eh? Okay. So love your country. That is the message in the song. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all students have had a bite. If you've not yet had a bite, the lines are still calling you. Please get there. And you get something to chew. After chewing what you like, you tell me that I've chewed. And in case you are through, please remember, don't dump things unnecessarily. Be responsible citizens. At least put them in place so that we cannot struggle looking for the rubbish. We don't want litter. We need to leave the place organized as it was. I want to thank the schools that have endeavored to come today from all distances that you. Thank you so much for bringing the youngsters. We are really blessed to have them in our venue here, and we are so thank you for organizing them and bringing them to this place. I want to thank the staff of the various schools still for organizing the children who are presenting here. We are yet to see more performances from the different groups, and all these groups have been prepared by different teachers. The teachers have been fundamental in their presentations. We have had a number of them, and you can see teachers bringing them here. Then you can see that teachers are equally coming on behalf of their students in different schools, meaning that they are pro what the students are presenting. And I want you to thank the students because what you have presented is very good and entertaining. We've not had the Kwana Kwana dance. Everything is just on point. Thank you so much. In that, we have projects that the students of Wanyange have been exhibiting. Please, if you can project your eye and your sight, you can throw a sight there. There are very many interesting things that you can see and you really like. We have the mosquito project, we have the bridge construction project, then we have the geometrical application project, and then we have the entrepreneurship group with very many things. Among something like a basket, I can see it from a distance. Colors of all the teachers that we have here. Then our teachers have equally presented the students with various performances. We can call the project still, because all these things that we are doing and they are led by students have been manned by them. We are really so happy. Thank you, the staff of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, and I always call you the School for Quality Education. Ginger, the only city, and we have their leaders. They are also with us. Just that what we are doing now is preparing ourselves to receive our chief guest, who is the First Lady, Education, and that's why we are having the entertainment in, and we are also having people getting a bite. This morning, they have been, so we want them to have something that will keep them going. The program is he entertains us. I will equally challenge him, but that is when he's presenting challenge. UBC used UEFA. Majority we use ready is equally ready. So brace yourselves to receive a presentation. Sagwa.
All right, even as we if yes for yes 10 okay, so we ask who are here from Wanyange, okay, Wanyange, please, like all the students that test. Thank you. Let's enjoy moments.
Kampala tetulina kyakulya netuwanika emikono katonda wa sipidi n'abaali batulo batulengera mu Kampala ne bakolima ebikolimo tebitukwata langirira sipidi katonda wa sipidi buli kyokola kiyita mate ku sipidi twayitira sijja ku polisi bulira mwana wa nnyako bulira amafuta ga sipidi mwana wa sipidi twala sipidi Oduke sipidi, oduke sipidi asasi. Oduke sipidi. Abakulo gaba ulirori ku sipidi. Nangirira sipidi. Ndagula, nangirira sipidi. Kusabira, uwe ku sipidi. Yembaga. Nangira. Sinasi ya kula na kusupidi. Bakuvego ku sipidi. Zitamu kusipidi, bulira amafuta ga sipidi bana banyabo. Buli choteka kengalo, nangira amafuta ga sirana, bebade basiranya. Yotebise, ayayaya, kusabira sipidi, byotunda babigwe, abana bo bafumbi. Sipidi mwana wa mami.
Mr. Man, I teach mathematics, and I can help you to count that money, please. Please, I am talking to him. So I'm coming and we count that money. So can we give him a round of applause? Yeah, we just have to recognize some few people. We have Honorable Wangolo from the champions from Parliament. Please wave to the public. Honorable Wangolo Jacob. Yes, he's right there in the tent where you see the staff of Wanyang Girls. Honorable Nakaunde Sarah from the same team. Yes, she's right there. Maternal Health. Please, Maternal Health, I will explain to you. Honorable Msoke Robert. Thank you so much for coming, Honorable. Those days you used to shake hands with me. Honorable Lubogo Kenneth. We have Honorable Kaluya Andrew. Honorable Kaluya Andrew. Yes, when you hear that we are talking about Parliament, we're talking about the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. So after here, I am going to shake hands. We have the staff from the same group. Mr. Musa Wamala, he's right there. Wow, he's just like me now. we have Madam Nalwoga Zaitun is right there. So maternal health deals with the health on maternal issues. The anthem members, please, you are needed. Those who are meant to lead us in the anthems, as Chisache from Buyende Seed, you rush here for the poem very fast. The anthem, those who are leading us in the anthem of patriotism, please run behind that tent where you see students gathering very fast. Chisache. Buyende Seed, Chisache, where are you? You have a poem.
Even as Chisache gets ready to give her poem, there is another young lady who is going to give a testimony about what she went through and how the help that she was given has made her a better person. So I'd like to request Esther Chisache also from Naguru Teenage Health and Information Center to get ready after this particular Esther gives her poem. We'll be hearing from you. The other information is that there's counseling going on at the Naguru Teenage Health and Information Center right at the entrance. The moment you go through the entrance to your left, that is where the tent is, and that's where the counseling services are being offered. Please go and talk to somebody, okay? Seeing a counselor does not mean that you are weak, okay? So don't be stigmatized. Go and talk to a counselor, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, I hand you over to Esther from Buyende Seed. Thank you.
As the sun goes down to meet the horizon, so does they give way to darkness. Give way to such a fortunate from Buyende CD as she presents a poem entitled Change Your Mind. I feel the pain. I weep off my tears. Slowly by slowly, I'm eaten so deep, living so misery because I'm a girl, settling a boy to grow into a man, me a girl to starve. Oh, the time is now to change your mind. Look at men in the offices, innocent girls in kitchens. Those were the days of misery to a girl. When male dominance took its toll, less valuable she was looked, until we stood as women ready to rumble. Our counterpart proved wrong. Then why not to change your mind? We were underlooked in political, social, and economical setup. Are women not represented on a high council? Our grievances not met at all. We were downtrodden because we believed in non-chauvinism. We felt the pain, but nowhere to run, making us slaves in our own marriages. Marital rape, the order of that day, the richest food, we were denied. We were ignorant, no education. Twasigalire mabega fa abachala ab'eggwanga twafumbirwa nga tuli mabuje ekyennaku at 13, 12 or 10. We were ignorant, though had no choice. When you empower the girl child through education, you see quality, competition everywhere, and efficiency. Yes, empower the girl child and brighten up our country. Oshitegera kankomewo.
All right.
You clap for me now. All right.
Beautiful.
Madam Wazida Mwanja, I think you can see the art. Eh?
Doing well, absolutely well. And even as we do get to also hear from a young lady with her testimony, We have Zabuli
William,
who is
please
right
see
here.
this gentleman at the machine's desk.
Okay, we have Zabuli and we'll be hearing from Zabuli in a short while. But for now, can we... Yes, please.
The young girl who has just presented the poem,
Yes.
let's give this lady, she's called Agnes.
Okay.
I'm the proud father of this lady.
Yeah.
Father of whom? I think, men, you are not the right people to comment now. Thank you, our dear girl who has presented that wonderful poem. Yes, women are now at the forefront. Men, do you believe that? Let me hear amen from the men. Amen from the men. Where are you, men? Where are you, boys? Yes, girl child is now the way to go. And they have done it, and we shall still do it, and we shall give you a challenge. Women, oh yeah!
Thank you very much. We need to proceed.
Yes, please.
Yes, and I would like to invite Esther Chisache from Naguru Teenage Health and Information Center. Esther Chisache, are you here? Would like to hear your testimony. Okay, would like to hear your testimony right now. Okay, Esther Chisache, we are waiting for you. If she is not ready, we will hear from Zabuli. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, please do welcome with me the powerhouse herself, Zabuli. She has a cool testimony and some of the decisions that she made.
Zabuli, where are you? Can we give a shout to Zabuli? Jipra, can we give a shout to Zabuli? Man, yesterday you missed. All right, thank you so much.
The only Zabuli who is a woman, you know? Zabuli, give up to Babuli!
Sam!
Zabuli, oh yeah!
Oh yeah!
Whoa! Rah! Good afternoon. Come on, give me vibe. Good afternoon. Welcome again to this beautiful occasion. My name is Zabuli. We have been, I have been given a few minutes not to just sing, but to share a thing or two. A few years ago, when I was still a young girl, of course I am young, but I was younger. Amen. Amen. Where am I, why young girls? Baby. While I was still a young woman or young girl, I happened to join a squad of young men or boys, and we started robbing innocent families in the name of fun. Does somebody understand what I'm talking about? So that was the beginning of my reckless life decision making. And by the time I was 12, I had been taken to prison for the first time. I know. And I'd love to first of all say thank you to every parent who prays for their children. Or you don't understand. The reason you're here is because somebody talks to God about you. Amen. So let's give it up to parents who pray for us. You can do better, parents who pray for us. May God bless you so much for being patient with us. Amen, young people. My mother kept praying for me. My clan sat and said, Onomwana atulemi. And my father said, if I ever become anything, does somebody understand how bad a child can get for a parent to that one. And but my mother kept on. My mother kept on. Yeah, walk with me. And by the time I was 16, I started selling drugs in school. Wow! Fire!
I saw people run mad on what I was selling. That's not a good lifestyle. But it started with a very stupid decision of to get to befene. Amen. So oyinza obba gw'olimu katusooke tusale mati teacher y'amanyi kumba oli ku musingi gwa future yo okola ki? Otta. Alina amatu akole ki? Ate alina obwongo akole ki? Omanyi buli muntu azze wano n'abagamba ebintu eby'enjawulo. Abamu mulooza mwazze kumala mukolo ng'essomero. Naye waliwo awuliriza ng'obulamu bwe tebugenda sigala kyekimu bwe ndowooza. Waliwo agamba nze obulamu bwange tebugenda kuddamu kwesiriwaza. Nina obbaako n'ekyenfuuka mulembe guno. Waliwo benjogerako abakola ekyo mu ndowooza zaabwe ne mu nsalawo zaabwe. By the time I finished senior 4 HM nagamba omwana atakomawo ku ttaka ly'essomero. Kikafuuwe kyeri future yo. Si weewo bavubuka. Munenga Mukama bw'ayamba n'ensoma. Mpozi n'ekirala nali nsudde chemistry mu senior 4. Nga Mukama bakwatireko muleme kukulira bye nakola. Si weewo bavubuka. Munenga tulooza tuli baakabi bakuwasa spin ofuluma ng'ovimba wenna wawo you know. Kumbe oli ku nsi weetega bigo. Ogenda tuuka myaka gye gy'ovubuka otandike tebatwagala batusosola kumbe wakubanga endobo nga banno bakyapa. Ntumira buli mwana atuula n'asoma okubaako n'ekyafuuka. Wekkubire mu ngalo Mukama akwongere amaanyi Katonda akuwe ekisa ne fizi lwe zibuza kunyweze amagezi agaleete. Munenge n'otuuka mu senior 6 nga ntandise okugendako awo mu kanisa naye nga okugulu okumu kuli eno mu bbaala over. Waliwo abazze nga muli baakabi mwe be nazze okwogera nabo. Munenge n'omumala senior 6 my father first year yange campus e Makerere. Kyesabagambye nina degree mu busomesa okuva e Makerere University. Munenge Katonda yannwanirira. Yesu yeebazibwe. Munenge n'otuuka campus tataye nga baŋŋamba munenge bamusanzemu obulwadde buno bwe tulina okwekuuma ennyo. Babuyita batya? Naye mmwe mwekubira engalo mulina true love weight, mulina covenant eyo nti mwe mugenda kwekuuma. Munnange bwe bakimugamba obulamu mu famire yaffe ne bukyuka. Omanyi omuntu bw'alwala mwenna ewaka mufuna like kibakosaamu. Si bwe kiri bavubuka. Naye nga munnange alwadde yeekolera okusalawo. Mulaba okusalawo bwe kuli okukulu ennyo mu bulamu bwaffe. Nti tekikwata ku ggwe weka, kikwata ku bakwagala, abakwagaliza, b'osobola obawa omukisa ng'ovuddemu ensonga. So kiba kyamaanyi n'osalawo ng'omanyi eggwanga lyonna lisobola okuvaamu ekyamagezi olwagga omuntu omu asazeewo obulungi. Bwe bamugamba mulwadde n'atugamba neneekyawa. Bwe neekyawa nali ebiseera ebyo sinnatandika kwebaka na musajja yenna nga mbadde neekuumye. Naye nga gye nali nawulirako nti wali abasabira abalwadde ne bawona. Naye ntandika okugenda mu kyaki Katonda akolere taata wange. Amiina. Munneesi lwaddaaki muzeeyi n'afa. Kati muzeeyi bw'afa ensi weekyukira tayimingi. Naye ngamba Katonda kasita tewampadde kyamagero ngenda kubonereza. Owulira obusiru mwana wa maama. Ng'olowooza waliwo boyfriend eyakukyawa kati ogaba leegi. No kanjogere nammwe nga muvubuka munnammwe si kyekyo. Munne toyina gw'olumya gw'oli mu kwekomerera. Era enkovu teri ajja zisoma mawulire ojja zitunulako gwe kennyini. Waliwo ategeera kye njogera. nti bw'osoma muzadde wo si yafunamu oba bamuwa omusaala gw'okubanga wasomye n'oyita tekiyamba ffe mwogere nange bavubuka tekiyamba ffe mwe mugenda kwekuuma si bwe kiri mugenda kituukiriza ng'obweyamu si bwe kiri munnaye nga baleege nga mukkirira ne mwambuka abamyaka gyonna ngenda oweza emyaka 19 nga kyosiga kyokola ki waliwo yerera bya kapa ezaala embwa kakati kola obusiru bwo ng'omanyi nti obusiru onaabulyako otuule okola amagezi obeere w'amagezi ogase eggwanga naye nga buli muntu alina okwekola ki okwesalirawo engeri gye kyali kivudde eri nti I've been making very many reckless mistakes from stealing to being disobedient. I used to beat my mom. I used to talk back at anyone. Nze nga poliisi tentiisa batuka ekiseera nga baga mu mwana mwogere naye we are tired olowooza oli wakabi you're still even in school ekyo tonnaba kubanga ovaako nnyo wakyaliwo essuubi amiina muneerege ng'avaamu ki kakati the fact that I had made reckless decisions I made another stupid mistake. I went and had an abortion. Chikafuwe cheri obulamu bw'omwana muwala. Young men, you will not advise your young girlfriends to abort. You're going to stay pure. When I had the abortion, I didn't have purpose. I didn't have any vision. I didn't have any idea what my future would look like because I had given up on any kind of future. But there is a God somewhere. There is a faithful God. There is a faithful God who understands that even when you mess up, He can give you another opportunity if you accept to change your life. Amen. In that leper ward is where I met an amazing, loving God. And He gave me a second chance. And He said, you need to do better. Do you know what I told Him? Teach me how to do life. Because on my own, I've chosen death. And can I tell you something amazing? Oh, God has done me well. Because it is 9 years now, my life is a living testimony. I went and graduated. My mother has a daughter who is changing lives in this generation. It is not too late for you, young man. Or you have to give God a bigger hand clap. And I want to pray over your future. May God see to it that you never fail. May you make the right decisions in your time as a young person. May people be blessed by the fact that you've stayed pure and you've gone through school. May there be a job waiting for you. May God equip you with a skill, but may you never be a failure in this generation. I'm a living testimony. You don't have to go through what I went through. Today you can make a decision and say, I'm going to live with a purposeful kind of attitude. You don't need to win every day. You have to wake up every day and try again, and try again, and try again. Because one day, trying again is going to become a story of a fighter who has a victory. Last thing before I sing, it is not going to be easy. Can I talk real with you? We live in a generation where perversion is on the click of a phone. Amen. You see people dressed indecently and you want to do what they do. What we don't understand in most cases is People have different reasons why they do what they do. So you have to have a reason why you're copying that person. Amen? Don't just do because it is trending. Ask yourself, am I okay with this? Will I be proud of myself tomorrow? If you won't be, don't do it. A life of regret is not a life of fun. Amen. Amen, young people. Now in that case, as I've prayed a blessing over you, can we just do a song and we dance together? You guys, come on.
Kavaibu.
Naveri mubala, nenzijando kokane mulira vibe je mumpa mwana.
Bagambe
Saba
ko.
kabiti ba downtown, sendi mwana wa downtown, naye agalo zinu nanga situke. Abana bawanyange mwasubiza muje munsaleko. Tulina eddakiika 3 zokka. Muliwa? Oba temwagala? Temwagala Kati no musituke mumpe vibe. Baliwo abangambi. Oba balina yimirira eyo. Bajja. N'amasomero amalala. Abaana ba butiki abalenzi baliwa them boys. Awana oba mwagala dijjaso musudeko buli ssomero wabeewo abakiika.
Yeah, let's hurry up and show her some love there.
Come on. Kale bannange weekoze. Fena ffe kati weekoze ebyabalungi. Mwebale. DJ oli ready? Tugenda zina. Guno omulembe gwaffe. Njagala linako kati DJ tulindeko ababulayo. Tuduke nga bavubuka. Muve ku bataagala zina ffe tugenda binyumirwa si ekyo. Akayimba bakayita bwemba mu kyeyambala. Bwemba mutungunkuza. Mumaze otuuka. Togeza ne weesimba ng'oza okuba vibe egenda maaso wano. Koona pati gye baba. Take a
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've been noting the faces. I've been not. Yes. Thank you, Zaburi. You've really brought the vibe out of these people. Can we give another round of applause to Zaburi? Yes, King of Kings, actually it's King of Kings is ready with the dance. King of Kings, Iganga, please get here, selector, Bawe Tuni. In the meantime, Eki will be informing us of the next presentation. Yes, selector, we are waiting for you. Please come here. Hello, get this side. Yes, we need to see you, and I need to pour some dollars.
Okay, so let us wait. All right, even as the lovely ladies get ready to give us a presentation of performance, I'd like to request Rachel Chisache, who is a peer mother from Nakuru Teenage Health and Information Center, to get ready to come and also give her testimony. So Rachel Chisache, please do get ready, and we shall be inviting you.
And after Rachel, we shall have Mutagaya with a special song.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
If I forget the one who were tested yesterday, those people girls immediately run where I'm pointing, behind that tent as possible. Do now. Those who are there, please run there.
Okay. Have you finished?
Yes, please.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that interesting dance. And right now, we have the opportunity of hearing from Rachel Sache, who is a peer mother, and she will help us and put some light as young people. Proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sache Rachel. I'm 18 years old. I'm a peer mother at Naguru Teenage Information. It was a difficult situation for me. At the moment when I got pregnant, I was staying with my cousin brother. I was staying with my mom. When I got pregnant, I told the guy, the owner of the pregnancy. When I told him, he was like, he had nothing to do with the pregnancy. Can you imagine that situation when you are a young girl? Tell mom. Home. My friend. It was a bad situation for me, financially unstable, so I decided to get a job. When I got a job, my first salary, the money which I got was to do an abortion. To me, it was a good decision, but the fact that is a bad and worse decision to do or to decide. When I went to the doctor didn't support me to have an abortion. The doctor just cancelled me, told me to start forgoing for antenatal instead of an abortion. I was just disappointed with the doctor, so that he would help me. So when he told me so, I went back home. Schools have been reopened. All the school requirements without knowing that I was pregnant. Can you imagine when you are the parent who has both the requirements and find out that daughter is pregnant? A great disappointment. That I was pregnant, I again. When I ran away, I ran very far away from even our district. I went, then stayed with another So I decided to call mom and tell her every situation which I was in, and I told her that I was pregnant. At first, mommy didn't welcome me home. She just told me that I have disappointed her very much. But later on, she called me back home, welcomed me, and encouraged me to go for antenatal. She encouraged me to go to Naguru Teenage Information and Health Center. That's why I went for my antenatal. As time went on, I gave birth to my baby. I gave birth at home. Instead of going to the hospital, I decided to give birth at home. And that's also a very bad decision. When I gave birth, I had nothing. Even having a panty for the baby, I had none. Because I never knew the situation which my baby was in, whether it was good or bad. I never knew whether it's a miscarriage or what, because I never reached the 9 months. When I went to the hospital, the doctor told me that the baby was in a good condition. They gave me some material things for the baby and encouraged me to take the baby for vaccination. As time went on, I volunteered to work in that facility, which is Naguru Teenage Information and Health Center, as a peer mother, and I'm there teaching my fellow peer mothers, even you young girls there who are in school. The only thing I can tell you is abstain from sex until marriage. Though to some of you, you see it as a difficult thing, but you just be patient, because all good things, even though to get them you have to wait for a long time, but good things you have to wait, and all that glitters is not gold. Because me right now, my son is not supportive. I'm the one who is working so that I take care of my own son, plus my mom who is giving me some help. And yes, she was supposed to be paying school fees. After finishing school, I'm the one who was supposed to care of her. Can you imagine me, instead of caring for my mother, she's now taking care of me plus my baby. And that's a great disappointment. I know young girls there, some of you might be in this situation, but just be patient. Just know your dream, because me right now, my dream was to be a journalist, but right now I can't reach my dream because of what happened to me. And the other thing is that we teenage make some, mistakes, bad mistakes. You get pregnant, you decide to get abortion, like me, what I did. But I don't support it, because I'm here now teaching about teenage pregnancy, and that's not a good thing to we teenagers, especially with the teens. Abstain from sex till marriage, though it's a difficult thing. Thank you.
A round of applause. Well done, Rachel. Message. Come on now, give another round of applause. It's not easy.
It's not easy to share a story.
for you
Yeah,
to
thank
share.
you so much, Rachel.
Thank you. And your message, like we said yesterday, the decisions that you make every single day will affect your future. If you like a bright future or a better future, learn to make the right choices today. One of those choices is for you to talk to one of our counselors at Nakuru Teenage Information Center, Nakuru Health and Teenage Information Center. So please go right at the tent at the entrance. There's a counselor there. Please do go talk to one of them. They'll give you some guidance, they'll give you wisdom, make the right decisions. Thank you very much.
All right, I was really touched. I was touched. Please, boys, let's be the changers, the game changers. Okay? Let's lead the campaign to stop teenage pregnancy. Okay?
Yeah.
So, boys in the place, can we just raise our hands in support of that campaign? Okay. Yeah,
That is it. Make that decision because you are part of the solution. Okay?
Exactly.
So decide to go against the time. You can do it. It's tough, but you can make it. All right?
Mutagaya, please, you come and give us that presentation. Then, who's next?
Then after that, we'll have another testimony from Priska Aber, who is a beneficiary of the Forum for African Women in Education. So, yes, Priska Aber, get ready to come and share your testimony. Also, Prila from Kakira Secondary School, get ready with your poem.
So, have you ever heard of a serene voice?
I am ready.
Okay. Let me just give you to the next person.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Mutagaya Kenny. I have only one presentation. It goes like this. Be blessed as you listen. I keep fighting voices in my mind that say
So thank you. First come back. Honorable Lubogo and the Honorable Musoke used to be good musicians. So please, you can shake hands with those people there. Just go right there. They will shake hands with you.
They know.
They now shake hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, just reach there.
Thank you.
You see, one of them has started.
Well done.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to this lovely lady and using her voice.
I believe that I was almost starting. All right, so we have the next.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do welcome Priska Abera, who is a beneficiary of Forum for African Women in Education. Priska.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abel Priska Elizabeth. I'm doing diploma in nursing from Ginger School of Nursing and Midwifery. I'm a fire beneficiary. I come from Pade district in northern Uganda, in a sub-county called
Thank you, Abel, for that powerful testimony.
And it's a real testimony.
Yep.
Just to share with you, Power Uganda has been fundamental in the very young girls and a selected few young men. In the district is a beneficiary, Mayuge and Namayingo. We of Power, Madame Basekanacho, she's right there. Us. So what you don't
but that dream won't come if you just on your bed. Things. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to present who's now
a bunch of wasted muscle because of my choices. It has been a tragedy that all this has happened to me. But right now, my only strategy is to tell you youths like me not to fall for these traps at your tender age. You should know that if one truly loves you, one will wait for you. Because true love waits.
Amazing. TLW, everybody.
And Prila, please, when you meet Honorable Kaluya, remind him that you are from Chikuru. Okay, right now I want to recognize the presence of Next Media Services. I've seen someone there. Then the Presidential Press Unit, I've seen you around. We're having very many media houses that are covering this event. Please feel welcome and please feel at home. Okay.
All right, that is our chemical engineer, Jacqueline Auma, who is alumni of Faway.
I'm tapping the blessings of
the blessing of the chemicals. Okay, so.
Good afternoon, everyone present. Good afternoon, students. My message is just going to the students in particular. I'm called Auma Jacqueline. I'm a second-born child in a family of 4. While I was at school in my earlier days, I treasured so much to study. I used to work so hard at school. No wonder, at my P7, I got aggregate 5. And that saw me to my first choice school, Nabisunsa. My father was a policeman, and my mother was a housewife at that time. So it was really a big struggle to see me go to Nabisunsa. But because my father also had passion for education, he sent me to the school. And while at Nabisunsa, I really read hard, and no wonder I was always among the giants. So in my senior one, I excelled and I thought life was so good for me. I thought my future was now very clear and obvious. But at the end of the year, before I could finish my senior one, my father fell sick. I was told he had HIV/AIDS, which I didn't know, and he passed on before I could even finish my senior one. And my mother, being a housewife, she didn't have so much to do for me. So with so much stress, they were pushing us out of the government house. It was really so stressful. She became mentally ill. She became mad. So I had to become a child, heading that family at the time. My sister at the time was in her senior 4. I could not let her drop out of school at that age. So I started looking for jobs to do to keep her in school. I did so many odd jobs. I worked in bars to keep my siblings in school. And at that time, my parents had left me with a 6-month-old baby. So it was really so hard, so stressing. So at just 12 years, I was heading a family. I was supporting my siblings, and my future was almost not clear anymore. So I came to terms with reality. I decided to leave Nabisunsa to go to a cheap school. I went to Old Kampala that time. So in the evenings after class, I would go to work in the bar to get money to fend for my siblings. So this happened until I totally failed. So I went to a maternal uncle, someone who had benefited from my father's support while he was alive, and requested him to take us in, at least so that we went. So he took us in, but while at the place, the conditions were so bad. We were like 8 people living in a single-roomed house, and then the wife was so hostile to us. Every time she would not want us to eat, she would not want us to even read using lights. She would switch off the lights and say, "This is not a school. If you've not read from school, that is upon you." So my life became so hard, but I continued to do the odd jobs. Until one day I saw the conditions were so unbearable. I decided to approach a neighbor who had a vacant house and requested him to give us permission to use that house. So he allowed. Me and my siblings moved into the house. So with that, I could now get time to read a bit, and I really tried my best. I sat my senior 4, and I got 11 aggregates, even with the struggles. So I was again readmitted in Nabisusa because it was my first choice school, but this time I was not able to pay school fees for myself. So I made a realistic decision, I would say, but it was bad for me at that time because I totally dropped out of school to support my other siblings through school. So I sat and continued to do the odd jobs to support them through school. My sister finished her senior 6, the elder sister, and she was able to get a scholarship. I helped her get a scholarship. I walked to Makerere University and pleaded, and she got a scholarship from FSI. Then I was left now with these other 2, my brother, who also passed well and was given a State House scholarship at KIU. He did computer science. So when that time came, with all the struggles I was going through, this neighbor who was a well-wisher at the time approached me. He told me, "Now, why are you out of school? You're such a beautiful girl. Why would you be out of school? I think I can pay for your fees." It was a good thing because I've always wanted to be in school, but he conditioned that offer. He told me, for me to pay for your fees, we must be in a relationship. And I was so blind because all I thought of was being in school at that time. So I gave him into the relationship, and the conditions kept growing. He told me, "Now, after that, I want a child, because that is the only guarantee that even after finishing school, you will still come back to me. Or even if you don't come back, at least you will be having this child to support." So stupidly, I still gave in. Produced a kid at 16 years. And that now worsened my entire plight. But still, I still have this feeling inside my mind that I should go back to school. So in my free time, I would go and walk from NGO to NGO, dropping application letters, soliciting for scholarships. Some of them turned me down. They told me, "We pay for students, not mothers." And that was very disheartening. So I continued to do this for like 3 more years. I dropped letters, Power Uganda is among them, and still I did not get any good response. But at that time, I still continued to help my siblings through school. Until one day, the gentleman who had fathered with me a child had now turned against me. He was so hostile to me. In fact, wanted to see me out of the home. So he actually pushed me at home. He pushed me away. So I moved to Fawe that day. I remember I was so desperate. And I met the office assistant. I explained to her that I needed a scholarship. But she was so used to my face that she gave me the same obvious answer. There are no scholarship openings. This time I changed my tactic. I told her I want to see the executive director. So she's like, what about? What do you want to tell her? I just insisted, I just want to see her. So she told me, no, you come on Monday because she's not in. The following Monday, I was so early, by 6 hours at Fawe. So everyone came in, walked in, and they found me seated at the gate. So including the executive director. When she walked in, she asked me, how can I help you, young lady? I told her I wanted to see the executive director. She just simply told me she's not yet in. Hold on, when she comes, we shall let you know. So she walked into her office, and then at around 9 o'clock, they sent someone to call me that the executive director has sent for you. So I walked into her office and explained to her my entire plight. I told her, I'm an orphan, I'm heading a family, I'm so stranded, though I'm so bright, I would like to be given an opportunity to go back to school. So she first thought about it and then told me, okay, first go back. You'll come back after a week. So after a week's time, I think she had tabled the issue to the board, and they were really willing to offer me a scholarship. So that's how they gave me a scholarship to take me through my high school. It was at Iganga SS. So at Iganga SS, it was again another battle. I went to school. At that time, I was offering physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics at A level. I still worked so hard and excelled. But the problem I had is I was being bullied at school because of the bodily changes. When I would go to the bathroom, they would make fun of me, they would laugh at me, they would abuse me. So it was really very hard to adapt. And when this happened, I decided to contest for a prefectship post because this came with the privilege of you living in a room alone. So I became the deputy head prefect in the school. And at that time, I was now having a room to myself. I read so hard and I passed. I wanted to become a medical doctor, but I was given a scholarship at Mbarara University of Science and Technology to do, I think, laboratory lab technology. I did not do the course because I thought I would get a better scholarship to do medicine. But around that time, the ED was changed and they brought in another person who didn't understand my story. So instead, I went to Chambogo and I applied to do chemical engineering and had the vacancy.
Just a moment. Officer of this place, please meet the HM right now. Please continue.
So I took me to a very prestigious school. They could provide my which cap his sister at Seroma Christian High School, the baby girl who was left at 6 months at the time of my father's demise. So I continued to support my family, and I graduated with a class degree. And now, as I speak, I am a chemical engineer. I am a CEO, own a consultancy firm that consults for most of those big industries. I employ people. I am also a chairperson of the Fawe alumni. I coordinate about 10,000 former beneficiaries of Fawe and about 3,000 students still under the Fawe scholarship. the Fawe Board of Directors. So as I speak, I'm a mother. My son that I produced at that time is now in P7 at Bishop Cipriano Chandide. And I now have other kids. They are still in the same school. And to conclude, I am an empowered woman, and I was empowered through education. Education leveled the ground for me to compete favorably with those people who were able. So my dear girls and boys who are still in school, you may be having the opportunity, you may be having the money, you may be having the parents, but you have to work for your future individually. And while at school, do not joke with education. You need to work hard, because if I was not bright, I would not have a basis to get the Fawe scholarship. So I did not take it for granted at the time my parents were still there and providing for me. So you need to learn that. And then those of you who bully other students while at school, it is really not nice. You are failing so many people who would have really made it so far. So stop the bullying. Yes, that is my message for you. And then to the stakeholders, we really appreciate the support. And this program of Educate the Girl and Save the Nation is so handy that some of us, particularly me, I really pledge my support where need be. I can train the child mothers who are still in school if I am supported. I can give them skills because I'm a chemical engineer. Yes, I can support them. And as I speak, I'm providing the skills to my local community where I train women how to make liquid soap, cosmetics, simple things. And I'm also educating the less privileged children and giving them the opportunity that Fawe gave me. So I thank you all, and I thank Fawe for that.
Thank you for that testimony. A lot has been said. Thank you so much. UAU, the drivers of the following vehicles, UAU 799S and UBE 866F. Please move to the checkpoint. There is something we need to verify from there. Can I have Swabra from Bukoli College? Swabra from Bukoli College, Bujiri. We want to appreciate the media houses still that have joined us. I've seen Baba TV somewhere. I don't know where they went, but they are also around. Please, Swabra, come and entertain the people.
And as we do that, we also should request, would like to ask Mr. Semakola Henry, who is a senior education officer from Ministry of Education and Sports, to get ready, and we'll be welcoming you here in a short while. On the other hand, I also would like to make a request for the dancers from Wanyange Cows who are going to do the welcome dance. Can we meet at the tent close to the entrance? We will meet there. Please make your way there, and we will be giving instructions. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Swabra from Bukoli College, Diri. I'm going to present a song entitled A Little Bit of Love. If you know the song, please, you can join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are really grateful. Those have been girls from Bokoli College.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
A little bit what? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity, even as we do get ready for a switching program for the afternoon program, we have an opportunity of hearing from Mr. Semakola Henry, who is the Senior Education Officer, Ministry of Education and Sports. Can we give him a round of applause as he comes to share some important things for us?
Thank you very much, dear moderators of this function. I know that time for official protocol is coming, but I was invited in as a professional counselor based at the Ministry of Education and Sports. And so in the very few minutes, I'll mention the following. Indeed, it is important that we have life skills as young people, and these are skills that we may not get from chemistry, biology, economics. These are skills that we just adapt, and there are also critical circumstances when these skills can help us be comfortable even when we didn't pass well in P7, we didn't pass well in Senior 4, we didn't pass well in Senior 6. I would like to quickly mention that the life skills are so critical that even when some people prefer not to go to school, but if they have life skills, they can survive. Way back in the lockdown, those of us who went to school and acquired degrees and acquired PhDs and acquired many qualifications struggled to survive. And so on. But I want to stick to one decision in relation to testimonies we've had here, and that is the life skill of decision making. If you decide as a younger girl to get pregnant before time, the following are the likely consequences. And I saw people carrying and pencil writing paper. Just quickly write these ones. You reflect back on them. If you decide to make the decision to make yourself pregnant or to become pregnant, the following is very likely. So think about it. Number one, school dropout. Because in any case, schools may not take you up to the end. Although there is an option now of re-entry, but before the re-option comes, you are likely to drop out. Number two is interruption of your education. Remember, you have a dream of becoming a chemical engineer, becoming any other person, but now that the other life has come in, it will interrupt you. Even when you enter later, there's already some inconvenience around you managing another human being. Number three is a very high possibility of early marriage, especially if you come from a rural community where people think that whoever gets pregnant is already old enough. Many of them are going to switch housewife. Number four is stigma. And the stigma will come from all people around you. Your peers are going to begin wondering how you messed up. The teachers are going to wonder as well. Some parents may even excommunicate you. And my sister Zaburi was wondering what is the opposite, what is the equivalent of okuzalukuka in English. Okuzalukuka is excommunication. When your parents say you are no longer our child, go and find your level. The other thing is the burden of carrying the baby. Baby care has never been simple at all. There are issues of nutrition, there are issues of feeding, there are issues of love, loving the child, and so on. But the other critical thing is also family conflict. Because in any case, if you're a very loving daughter to a certain family, and then you get pregnant, you put the other people at crossroads. Who of the relatives didn't play his duty well? Those questions come. And we've also had parents blame each other for not minding about the girl child. The other issue, which is very likely, is GBV, because research shows that the families that have more conflict, especially gender-based violence, are those families and marriages where become a mother now, become a wife now, it is very easy for you to become a punching bag for your husband. First of all, she's just gotten you from school, you've not been doing any work, so you are simply waiting at home for anything, including a pad. But the other thing that you also must be mindful of, my young people, is that there's a temporary change in your figure. Temporarily, it may actually become permanent. But then the other thing is also the possibility of running away from home, which somebody mentioned. And when you run home, then you are going to face a very tough world out there, all in the spirit of you deciding to become pregnant before time. And maybe the last one in that aspect that I shouldn't forget is the fact that research also shows that the majority of people who impregnate teenage girls just run away. They don't stay because they think police is going to look for them. So as you take the risk, beware that the father of your child is also likely not to be in the picture. Finally, those have been social consequences of teenage pregnancy. But there are also medical and biological consequences, and I'll summarize them in a minute. One of the consequences that is very likely is what they call obstructed labor. And obstructed labor is that moment when the baby is not sitting well in the womb, and therefore your chances of delivering naturally are also minimal. That definitely means that you are likely to go for a cesarean birth. Cesarean birth is not only expensive, but may also be risky. Consequence 3 is what we call postpartum hemorrhage, okuvaamu omusaayi omungi. Well, women at delivery bavaamu omusaayi, naye waliwo omungi ogubeera abnormal. It is very likely that if you're a teenage mother, that will happen. There's also what we call eclampsia, and I want to call upon you to go and even Google to find out what eclampsia means. But it is a condition that is not good, a kind of pressure that women develop that may lead them to trouble. And listen to this one, my young girls. It is very, very likely that if you get pregnant early and your body is not ready, then you are likely to develop a fistula when you are delivering. Fistula is not a simple medical condition. It goes along with very difficult social consequences because sometimes people will not even want to come near you. So before you take the risk of having that boyfriend to the level of getting to a pregnancy, be aware of this. But of course, there's also a possibility of HIV and all other STIs. And I know many young people fear HIV and pregnancy, but they forget that the other STIs are also very tough. When you talk of gonorrhea, when you talk of genital warts, when you talk of syphilis, those are very serious STIs. The other one is also the possibility of looking older than you actually are. When you begin delivering early and you are 17, some people out there already see a person getting close to 30, but it's simply because you are suffering from the stress of managing the pregnancy and the child. You also happen to increase your reproductive span longer because when you start at 13 and you deliver after every 2 years, at 15 you have 2, at 17 you have 3, by 20 you already have 4. By the time you end the reproductive span at 49, you could be having as many as 20 children. A last one is about a possibility of a repeat pregnancy. Because you've started, it is very likely that people will think you are now an elder, even when you're dying in that struggle. We have had testimony here where somebody even told us she attempted to abort. Those who are tempted were lucky because many who have actually died. And what is it that causes the abortion? Because many times you are doing it in a risky way, from a hidden place, from a non-professional person, using very rudimentary means. So it is very likely that you may even lose your uterus if you don't die. But if you die, then that would be the end of you, and that will be the end of my brief communication to you. We handle such issues on a day-to-day basis at the Ministry of Education, so the Department of Guidance and Counseling, to which I belong, is very privileged to be part of this Life Skills Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Education Officer. Yeah, that has been the presentation or a speech from him. And when we hear words from elders like him, we really get blessed. And I'm blessed to have heard them. As we have the Nakabugu Muslim SS students prepare with your dance of, the name is there. But you go to the DJ and give your selection. Mr. Bahati Twaha, please see me urgently. I want to talk to you as urgently as the last minute. Mr. Bahati, Nakabugu SS, if you are not there, I have some students who have some special presentation, a word of advice to you as they prepare. The first one to come here is the one who will present. We have Lucky Priscilla Nakaziba from PMM Girls School. Where is Lucky? Okay, can we give her an applause as she comes? I cannot feel the vibe the other side. What is not happening? My candidates, what's not happening? Yes? You are not seeing me. Are you feeling me? Can you give me a shout? Eh? So my people, it's time to get... yeah. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucky Priscilla Nakaziba, PMM Girls School. I have a poem for you called Your Name. It goes, in life, moments come and go, but take a breath, you never know. Your heart will tell you when it's time to move, but ask yourself, what do I got to lose? When it storms or when it rains, the folks don't know, it all feels the same. But after that day you realize your purpose. That day you know you have to make a right choice, not to be oblivious of the fact that the choices you're making today is what you're going to live tomorrow. After that day, you make your best choice and live as you. After that day, the world is gonna know your name. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been a brief one, and I hope you heard. You know, what I like about these things is that it's in English and not mathematics. All right, we have a video that we are going to watch. It's from our Vice President.
Accountable for their actions.
All right, let's tune our minds to this, our eyes to the screens that we see around. We are having that video. It's going to play from there. You have pens, you have books. So please write the key points you want to take from there. Mr. Bahati? ensure that your eyesight is somewhere that you can see clearly. In the meantime, I want to recognize the presence of everyone for coming, and we hope that you're going to leave a changed person. The teenagers that are living today, a lot has to be learned, and we learn through such sessions. In addition to what we learn in class, I may come to class and teach you my mathematics, but there are things that we learn from such gatherings. So let's brace ourselves to learn something new from here.
Fellow Ugandans, every day in Uganda, we see hundreds of teenage pregnancy cases reported across the country. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, this was a very huge challenge. It is estimated that 1 in 4 girls in Uganda aged between 15 to 19 years have either had a child or are pregnant. With the lockdown and school closures, we witnessed a shocking surge. In 2021, an estimated 1,052 children became pregnant daily. Clearly, teenage pregnancies are depriving girls of their childhood. In addition, they negatively affect the girls' education, as well as their mental and physical well-being. Teenage pregnancies also carry huge implications on the social and economic development of the country. Teenage pregnancies are responsible for 20% infant mortality and 28% maternal death in our country. Available data shows that non-teenage mothers are 6 times more likely to complete their senior 4 than teenage mothers. Only 5% of teenage mothers are employed in professional occupations. And as you can see, this is a very big disadvantage to the girl child. A clear demonstration that teenage pregnancies are counterproductive in all ways, not only to the girl child, but to all of us. This is deplorable, and it is a national crisis, which we must all tackle with utmost urgency. Every single one of us, adults in this country, have the capacity and the obligation to become a champion of a safe and secure teenage girl child. Parents, for instance, safe home, as well as do school activities when the children are at school. Our daughters and our sons must consider their homes as the first spot of safety. So it is upon us, the adults, to ensure that our homes are practically safe. Let us live up to the responsibilities, including empowering the children with life skills. Community leaders, your involvement and interventions are indispensable in curtailing the high incidences of teenage pregnancies and childbirth among girls. You have an important role in sensitizing the young girls and boys, as well as the larger communities, and in so doing, holding parents, caretakers, and school authorities accountable for their actions, but also constantly correcting them and counseling them on challenges of raising teenage girls and boys. I also call upon all civil society organizations to stand up to the challenge and work closely with the government to see the end of teenage pregnancies in our country. Even as you continue to monitor government policies and actions, remember also your critical and crucial role in raising awareness to change attitudes and beliefs for the good of the communities. The beliefs and attitudes, most likely, which are still inclined to negative parts of the culture, which needs to be changed. For instance, FGM, and also some cultures which think that marrying off a young girl is normal. So as civil society, it is your responsibility to raise the consequences of those bad cultural norms so that the girl child as well as the boy child is safe and secure and they enjoy their rights and also acquire their opportunities. Providing services as a bridge to support especially teenage mothers who have already had the children and both are children, where a mother is a child and again is carrying a baby. So we need to come in handy to protect and provide together with the parents of those two children and the community so that we have a healthy teenage mother, but also a baby is raised in a healthy manner. Including those who have dropped out of school and need to acquire vocational skills. There may be instances where teenage mothers have already delivered and for so many other reasons they have decided to stay at home. I call upon civil society to work closely again with the government and the communities to see how to empower those children with skills and competencies in order for them to be relevant to themselves and also to the communities. Your candid advocacy will go a long way in protecting these girl children. I call upon the private sector to take interest in this matter too, because the private sector has the ability and the resources to drive positive change in the communities in which they operate. Investment in these girls brings returns to all of us, because girls who complete their education and get a skill ably compete and are competent in the job market, contributing to the well-being of their family and also national development. Businesses supporting efforts to prevent teenage pregnancy is a win-win situation for their business, but also for the girl child and also the community. Because at the end of the day, they will be employing children who have completed the cycle of education as per the curriculum. Fellow Ugandans, with the right skills and opportunities, girl children can invest in themselves, in their families, and in their communities, and they will be independent, very useful. That is why the government has put in place a school re-entry policy to enable teenage mothers and pregnant girls to continue with their education. So I call upon all teenage mothers who are pregnant and those who have already delivered and are having babies to get in contact with their school authorities so that they can be guided on how they will continue with their education. And so that they can also be counseled so that they can peacefully transit from that stage where they are of being a teenage mother back to a school child. Girls who receive an education are more likely to live healthy, productive lives. They earn higher incomes, participate in decisions that most affect them, and build their futures for themselves and their families. And at the end of the day, it will transit into strengthening our economy and reduce an inequality in our society. Because when the girl child is educated and the boy child is also educated, life becomes easier for them. Because when one is educated and one is not educated, there is inequality, automatic inequality. So enabling these young children, both boys and girls, to complete the cycle of education makes it very easy for us to have equality and gender parity for all our children, but also the whole society. Fellow Ugandans, ending teenage pregnancies won't just transform the individual life's prospects. It has multiplier effects. It will transform the prospects of the family of that girl child or boy child, the community where that girl child comes from, and the country at large. My humble prayer and request is that we all play our roles and responsibilities in protecting the girl child so that we have a productive, youthful population which will, in the long run, be productive in the job market and also be useful to themselves, but also to the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now switching the program as we do welcome our guest of honor who is here with us. And we are yes, we are welcoming our guest of honor. who is the Minister of Education and Sports, together, and also our mama,
May we receive our chief guest, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Mama. We welcome you to Wanyange Girls Secondary School. Your daughters and sons are here and they've been waiting for you, our chief guest. It's been an exciting 2 days with the girls and boys during this Life Skills Summit. And we want to welcome you, our First Lady, for taking off time to join us this afternoon. The young girls and boys, our students, can we put our hands together again to receive the First Lady? Mama, we welcome you and thank you so much for joining us. We'll all remain standing, ladies and gentlemen, we'll all remain standing. We'll have the anthems. We'll have both the Uganda National Anthem, the East African Anthem, and the Busoga Kingdom Anthem. And I want to request that we remain standing for the anthems. So please, ladies and gentlemen, remain standing for the anthems. Anthems, please. Please remain standing. I want to invite the chaplain of Wanyange Girls School, Reverend Ibanda, to come and lead us in a word of prayer.
Shall we pray as we are? Dear Lord, this is the day that you have made, and we are glad and grateful to you that you've given us an opportunity to be part of it and to see it. We want to thank you, King of Glory, for this a wonderful occasion and a memorable occasion that you have given to us as Wanyange Girls, and we thank you for the opportunity of hosting it. We want to thank you for bringing Mama Janet, the First Lady. We want to thank you, Jesus, for the journey mercies that you have accorded to her, wherever she has been, oh God. Thank you, Jesus, for leading her safely to this school. And I want to thank you, King of Glory, for all of us, all the dignitaries here present. We thank you for our Lord, the Bishop Emeritus of Busoga Diocese, and all of us that are here present this afternoon. Thank you for granting us safety travels to this place. Jesus, as we sit here, your word tells me that where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, you will be in their midst. Father, I want to acknowledge your presence in our midst. Will you shut out every other noise that is not glorious? May we focus onto you. May we focus onto protecting the girl child. And we know that if we do so as culture leaders, as religious leaders, as parents, as all stakeholders, Lord Jesus, we shall save this nation. Will you speak to us, O God? We are going to listen. And Father, will you bless this occasion? In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray. Amen.
Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. The First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, the Right Honorable Minister for General Duties, and also our focal lead person for the SDGs in the ministry, in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the UN Resident Coordinator, Her Excellency Susan Ngogi Namondo, the EU Head of Delegation to Uganda, His Excellency Jan Sadek, the UNFPA Resident Representative, Abigail, the UNICEF Representative in Charge, Ms. Margaret Taliva, members of Parliament who are present. And Mama, I thought we would recognize these members of Parliament because today Parliament is voting for our Yala MPs, but these members of Parliament said they would come here and show their support for maternal health, and they are the champions in Parliament. The Honorable Wangolo Jacob, the Honorable Nakaonde Sarah, Honorable Musoke Robert, and Honorable Vogo Kenneth, and finally Honorable Kulaya Andrew. Please stand for recognition. I'm told you're seated on the other side. The Honorable Members of Parliament, thank you so much for coming, and your team of staff, Musa and Zaituri. District leaders represented here, religious leaders, and amongst us, our chief guest is Bishop Emeritus Reverend Michael Chomia, former Bishop of Busoga Diocese. Your Excellency, our First Lady, we have head teachers. Very important people in the conversation we've been having over the last 2 days. May I request the head teachers to stand up for recognition? Head teachers representing the 37 schools represented here. I thought the students would also clap for your head teachers, surely. Thank you very much. The teachers who are here, students representing the 37 schools that are part of this summit, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, it's indeed an honor and a pleasure for us to host you here today for this national campaign to address defilement, child marriage, teenage pregnancy, defilement, and promoting positive parenting. I wanted the children to put their hands together again, and thank you for coming to be part of this conversation. Mama, we are indeed grateful, very grateful for your championing these conversations. Yesterday we had an exciting life skills summit, and I want in a very special way to invite our facilitators. Students, right? We invite the facilitators. Let's recognize them. So allow me, Mama, invite our facilitators who are, of course, led by none other than Ms. Bisangwa. Bit, please come. You need to lead us. And all the other facilitators, please come. Ronnie Habasa, Eki Okrut Paul, Davis Samuel, Frida Robert, Rachel Renaitwe, and Juliet Naseje. Please come forward. Let's come. Please come so that we in the sun. Yeah. Round of applause, and Mama can see you. Mama, these facilitators have been with us since yesterday. They're done great job. Children, can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the facilitators? Thank you. Now you can take your seats. You know now I'm the boss. You. I was also part of the facilitators. I was also part of. I will also come in the sun. All right. I also want, in a very special way, Mama, to also welcome my co-MC, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, P.S. Agre Chibenge, who will be taking over very shortly. So I will do my protocols and then hand over to him. But Mama, we've had a good conversation with the young girls and boys here at Wanyange Girls School. We had a conversation on true. We are excited as a team here this afternoon. We looked at living a life of purpose. We looked at media, technology, and the world views, and we are aware that media does influence the perception and minds of our people, and we were keen to educate our young children about the dangers of the new media, and so they can embrace technology for good. Finally, Mama, we then also looked at goals. We helped the young girls and boys in crafting what should be their goals for the next 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and 8 years. And we have great and exciting stories we will be sharing with you here. And the young girls and boys will be speaking to you themselves and sharing with you their testimonies this afternoon. So it gives me now great pleasure to invite the headmistress of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, Miss Basekanacho Deborah, to come and welcome us to her school.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor this afternoon, Mama Janet Museveni, all distinguished guests, as the protocol was observed, I take this honor and pleasure to welcome you to Wanyange Girls Secondary School, the School for Quality Education. It is my pleasure, Honorable Minister, to welcome you to this great institution. Thank you so much for choosing to be with us this afternoon. It is our dream come true. Mama, you remember, sometime back we invited you to come visit us. Indeed, 2020, your visit to Wanyange School was confirmed. Unfortunately, it collided with the COVID lockdown. Our hearts were really down. But you know what? God's timing, you cannot tamper with it. You're finally here, and we are excited to receive you to this great institution. Wanyange Girls Secondary School is a church-founded school, Anglican. It was established in 1960 as a primary school, and in 1967 it became a secondary school. Now, from 1967 up to 1982, we actually did not have a head teacher, but we shared a head teacher, our neighbors, Busoga College, Mwiri. When you look across there, you'll see that school. So, in 1972, we got our own head teacher. Honorable Minister, this school now has a student population of 920. They were a bit more, but with the COVID pandemic, some of our parents lost incomes. So the number of students who returned after the pandemic was slightly less. Honorable Minister Mama, this institution is run by a team of 97 staff, both teaching and non-teaching staff. Unfortunately, only 33 are paid by government. The rest of the 66 teachers and staff are paid by the Board of Governors. It is such a challenge, especially in this runaway inflation, to look after this staff, but we know that with your visit here, we are very confident that things are going to turn around, Mama. Thank you so much for coming. Our curriculum, Mama, is rich. We have fully embraced the lower secondary school curriculum. Our school is actually a model school in the implementation of the lower secondary school curriculum in the and in the country. And indeed, if you had had time to tour the exhibition tent, you'd see the projects which the senior 1 and senior 2 students have come up with. Every time they go to class, they get out of class and they are able to put up those projects. In the area of extracurricular, Mama, we also carry out a number of activities here. Patriotism activities in theory and practice. You'll see some of our products here. Debating, sports and music, dance and drama. Acrobatics. We are one of the few schools in this country, maybe the only girls' school in this country, who are very, very efficiently doing acrobats. We also do aerobics for the girls to be healthy. Every Saturday and Sunday morning here, 6 a.m. aerobics. Girl guiding, poetry, school-based science fairs, robotic challenges, science and technology competitions. These are all the activities that we are involved in our school. Mama, we are also a tree planting institution. We have planted over 30 acres of trees. We are looking for a donation of seedlings to plant another 30 acres of trees. Don't get worried about our land. We are sitting on 103 acres of land. So our forest is now commercial, and we even sell to the neighboring schools firewood. So now that you're here, Mama, I know you have a project to do with tree planting, plenty of land here, and plenty of people here who are passionate about growing trees. Wanyange Girls Secondary School is a science-based school. This is our area of special interest, Mama. The students are very keen, competitive, and this has been seen in the performance of our students in the national examinations, especially in the O-levels. Mama, on average, 97% of our students are able to pass mathematics, biology, chemistry, and physics. This is way above the national average. In 2020, it was just below 50%. So we are really passionate about science. The girls are passionate about science, but we have a small challenge, Mama. No longer a challenge because you're here. We do not have a science laboratory. We do not have science laboratories. Those girls shouting are passionate. If it was not protocol and COVID and Ebola, you would have toured our science labs. Constructed over 50 years ago, very tiny, dilapidated. The only thing that you see there is the apparatus and the chemicals that we buy religiously. but the girls have nowhere to carry out the scientific experiments as they would love to. Mama, your coming is a dream come true for our science department. The younger ladies of Wanyange Girls Secondary School need laboratories. Mama, I want to thank you because I know that you're going to consider our school for a science laboratory this financial year. Students, please clap for Mama. In addition to Wanyange Girls Secondary School, out of the 430 schools we have in the Busoga region, only 3 of them are girls' government secondary schools. So when you give us this laboratory, you can see that it is not only the Wanyange girls, it is not only Jinja district and city, but it is the entire Busoga region that is going to benefit with this kind of facility. About life skills at Wanyange Girls Secondary School, Mama, every student in this school has a mentor who is a member of the teaching staff. These act as parents of the children while at school. We have time for formal mentoring and class meetings on the timetable. And this together, but this continues on a one-to-one mentoring where children need special attention, and we also have referrals. In case you're the mentor, you're not able to support the young lady, then you refer to a colleague who takes charge. As a school, we are very, very passionate about the girl child, ensuring that every child who is admitted here, Mama, leaves school, loves school, enjoys school, passes well, passes the sciences and the arts, and becomes empowered and competitive in our country and also in the global village. We empower girls in life skills so that they are not distracted in school. We teach them to be ladies of value, ladies who value themselves enough to keep away from premarital sex. That we make it clear to them all the time. Indeed, most of our girls are able to finish school. We don't have dropouts from this school because of teenage pregnancy. And this is because of the life skills that we give them all the time. And we appreciate this that we hosted yesterday and we are hosting today. I know the girls are going to become more empowered and also become peer supporters of their colleagues who are here and even those who are beyond here. My passion for the young ladies, Mama, comes from my membership of FAWE Uganda, where you're the patron, and I'm a board member of FAWE Uganda. Mama, we also do outreach to girls out of Wanyange Girls Secondary School. A few years back, we worked with 25 girls, teenage girls from Katakwi district. These girls had dropped out of school. Some of them had babies, others were married. But we worked on the project and allowed them back into our school. And after senior 4, all these 24 girls were able to get a worthwhile future. Some went to TTC, others went to nursing school. One of them became a bursar. One of them is currently a director of a primary school, and we have one who has just completed university as a secondary school teacher. Mama, we are very proud of that project. We are proud that we were able to let in these girls where society had given up on, and they were able to rescue and give them worthwhile futures. Mama, we also have scholarships in this school for girls from Buyende district because it is one of the disadvantaged districts in our region of Busoga. And Mama, guess what? Your home region of Karamoja also gives us a good number of students every year here. They are admitted here with Division 1, Division 2, and even Division 3 in PLE once they are able to pay our fees. And many of these girls are going out there and becoming women who are adding value themselves, to their homes, to their communities, and also to our country. Our Board of Governors, maybe you stand up and wave to Mama. The Board of Governors is headed by Mrs. Harriet Mugereko. The team is there of board members and PTA executive. Mama, the alumni of this school, I said from primary to secondary, very many great ladies in this nation have come through Wanyange Girls. The list is long, but the Nabagereka of Buganda, Lady Sylvia, studied here. And Mama, Irene Kauma, your personal assistant. This is her school. No wonder she's able to do for you the great work that she does. We are proud of her, and we are glad that we were able, she passed through our hands. So we have Justice Esther Chisache, we have Justice Elizabeth Aliviza, we have Justice Elizabeth Nahamia, we have Honorable Joyce Abaliwano, who is the Minister of Culture in Obwa Chabazinga Bwabusoga. We have ladies who have been MPs, ministers, RDCs, Honorable Mbeisa, Honorable Estambayo, and even Honorable Betty Kamia was here briefly. She's our old girl. So many, the list is very long. When you have time, you'll go through and you see some of our alumni. As Wanyange Girls, in addition to the challenge of the laboratory, Mama, you saw the long list of staff who are not on government payroll. We need support. Our buildings are as old as 1960. They are as old as a primary school that was set up then for 40 students. Now we are 1,000 students. We need to fit in these buildings. The new curriculum requires a different seating arrangement, so we are not even able to fit in our classrooms. The facilities are inadequate. We still have asbestos on buildings in this school, Mama. Our health, the health of the young ladies and the health of the members of staff. On my report that I gave you, I even attached some of the pictures of these things that are challenging us. So I know you look at it, and with your kind heart, I'm confident that you're going to do something about it. Mama, ASHU Affairs, Association of Secondary School Head Teachers of Uganda. ASHU Affairs, Mama, I take the opportunity to welcome you back from Untare School, where you came to be with us, and also to once again, on behalf of the head teachers, thank you for the support towards the construction of our leadership center. In that same meeting at Untare School, Mama, I was also elected unopposed as the first national vice chairperson of ASHU. Thank you for your prayers, Mama, and I know that you're going to continue supporting us to engage head teachers and also to transform the welfare of the head teachers in this country. Yes, Mama, when you go back, thank for us the president for that huge donation at Untare School. We don't take it for granted. Early this year, Mama, I was also appointed by the Office of the President to coordinate patriotism activities among the secondary schools in Jinja City. I am humbled for that appointment, and in Jinja City, the schools, we are embracing patriotism because we appreciate the values, and when we bring them in our schools, they have supported us with the discipline of the young people, supported us with sensitizing the children to love themselves, to love their community, to love their country, to be hardworking, and most importantly, to protect our environment. So patriotism is so dear to me as a person. It is so dear to us as the girls of Wanyange Girls Secondary School. And I think we are going to make a presentation here, Mama, for you to see some of the things we do with the girls. We are working with a senior patriot to compose the patriotism anthem in Uganda, because we don't have a patriotism anthem. And if there is time, if the protocol allows, the young ladies of Wanyange Girls Secondary School will sing for you that anthem this afternoon. As I conclude, Mama, thank you again for coming. Thank you for your support for the girl child. Thank you for being a champion of the girl child in Uganda. Together, we must protect the girl child and save the nation. Finally, allow me to once again introduce the head teachers who are here as their national vice chairperson. Head teachers, please stand up and wave to our Honorable Minister of Education and Sports. The teachers of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, all staff of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, come in the sun. I know the sun has gone, but just run in the sun so that the First Lady can see you. Please run in the sun. The members of staff of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, I am proud of you. Mama, those teachers don't go on strike even when other teachers start talking a different language. Those are the members teaching and non-teaching staff. Mama, you can see a few .coms, but that is okay. It helps us to mentor the young ladies in this school. Madam Sarah, raise your hand to Mama. She's the deputy in charge of welfare and discipline. Mr. Bogere, raise your hand where you are. Where are you? He's the deputy in charge of co-curricular and academics. Please run back. Thank you very much for welcoming Mama. And finally, I want to introduce the students of Wanyange Girls Secondary School to you. Please stand there, students, and wave to Mama. And I want you to run. Yes, those are the powerful ladies of Wanyange Girls Secondary School. Mama, on behalf of the Wanyange Girls Secondary School community, we have a small token of appreciation. Appreciating you for choosing our school to host this important training for our young people. Appreciating you for eventually coming to Wanyange Girls Secondary School. But especially as a teacher and a parent, to appreciate you for the passion you have for the girl child in our country, the passion you have for the young people in our country. Thank you so much. Our theme for Wanyange Girls this year is derived from Jeremiah 29, verse 11, for I know the plans I have for you. Thank you so much. My name is Deborah Basekanacho, Mrs. Wesonga, the headmistress of Wanyange Girls Secondary School.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the headmistress of Wanyange Girls Secondary School. Can we put our hands together? Thank you very much, headmistress, for welcoming us to your wonderful school. We want to thank you so much for hosting us since yesterday, and for, of course, the technical team since the other day. And we thank you so much. And that is your appreciation on behalf of the Wanyange Girls to the First Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Thank you, Mama. Thank you very much. From the Wanyange Girls. Wanyange Girls, can you clap for Mama? She has received and accepted your gift. Thank you so much. All right. Sound team, make sure that mic is on.
I just wanted them to clap for the head teacher. She's a blessing to this school. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mama. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the headmistress. Speaking on behalf of our hosts, of course, and also on behalf of the head teachers here for this very important national campaign to address defilement, teenage pregnancies, child marriage, and promote positive parenting. I want to take the pleasure of inviting, on behalf of the Board of Governors of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, Mr. Paul Wanume, to come and greet us. You're most welcome, Mr. Wanume.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Education, but also the First Lady of Uganda, Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni, our own Minister of General Duties, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the Lord Bishop Emeritus of Busoga Diocese, Right Reverend Dr. Mike Choma, members of the board of Wanyange Girls, all head teachers who are here, protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful day the Lord has made. Our chief guest, on behalf of the Board of Governors and the entire fraternity of Wanyange Girls, welcome to the school where we empower a God-fearing girl child that fits in the global village. I should explain that our school is not typically this crowded, but the size and spirit of today's gathering is just a small reflection of the deep devotion of key education stakeholders in the Busoga region. It reflects as well the way that your message on teenage pregnancy has touched so many people across our region and around the country. Honorable Minister, today we mark many fasts. This is your first visit to this school. And you are also the first Minister of Education, together with the Vice President and the Prime Minister, to be champions of the girl child. I believe the excitement you are hearing around your visit must be attributed not only to your role as a minister, but to your unique qualities as a person. In your humility, your embrace of simplicity, in the gentleness of your words and the generosity of your spirit, we see a living example of Jesus' teachings, a leader whose moral authority comes not just through words, but also through deeds. You call on us to address defilement, teenage pregnancy, and promote positive parenting. Besides, you remind us on the magnitude of and cost of inaction on teenage pregnancy, the importance of life skills, positive parenting, and the shared responsibilities in prevention and response to teenage pregnancy and motherhood. Honorable Minister, allow me to mention that as a school, we are currently implementing a strategic plan which underpins the school's aspirations to prevent teenage pregnancies amongst our students. Honorable Minister, in your words and deeds, you set a profound moral example. And in these gentle but firm reminders of our obligations to address defilement, child marriages, teenage pregnancy, and promotion of positive parenting, in such dialogues that we are having now in Busoga region, you have started here, you are shaking us out of complacency. All of us may at times experience discomfort when we contemplate the distance between how we lead our daily lives and how we know to be true, what we know to be right. On behalf of the Board of Governors of Wanyang Girls, we pledge that we shall heed your call to never remain on the sidelines of this march of living hope. As a matter of fact, Honorable Minister, we shall continue to nurture our girls in the discipline and instruction of the Lord. We pick this from Ephesians chapter 6, verse 4. For that great gift of hope, Honorable Minister, we thank you and welcome you with joy and gratitude to Wanyang Girls Secondary School. Mama Janet, it would be short-sightedness to me if I don't emphasize the challenges this school is facing as mentioned by the head teacher. The time I have known you, Honorable Minister, you are a person of an open heart. We think we can start a conversation over these challenges affecting our mighty school. Given the open heart that you have, may the gates of Ministry of Education open to have a conversation on the challenges affecting Wanyang girls. May you open your gates and your heart if this team from this mighty school comes to you and we start on a planning process, on a journey on how we can address the challenges affecting this school. Thank you so much, and once again, I welcome you to the mighty school of Wanyang Girls Senior Secondary School. Thank you so much. I am Paul Wanme, the Vice Chairperson of the board and a member of the founding body of this school. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for the board that has made commitments here. Our chief guest, we have probably the largest group or gathering of young men and women this region has seen. About 2,400 young girls and boys, our chief guests, are gathered here, and I want them to clap for themselves for having come to join us. Round of applause. Our chief guests, they come from 37 schools in the region, and we are excited that all of them could be with us for the last 2 days. I now take the pleasure of inviting the Jinja City Northern Division Mayor, Mr. Ayubu Awika, to come and address us. You're most welcome.
Thank you. Our chief guest, Mama, and the First Lady of this country, Honorable Janet Kataham Seven, welcome to Busoga. Mama, protocol observed. Before your coming, before your arrival, the temperatures were very high. But the fact that today you are seated here in Busoga, Busoga is calm, and everybody is excited, and we are very happy. Thank you so much for coming. Mama, in this region, we are very much happy that you have generously handled the education sector by offering what is required to ensure that schools do prosper, the teachers work as a team, and the parents as well. Thank you so much for whatever you are doing for this country. Mama, here in Busoga, and generally for the schools that are in Busoga here, we want to thank the Ministry of Education and the government of this Republic of Uganda at large for supporting education, especially in giving grants and other necessary requirements. Thank you so much. We do appreciate. Mama, we are also happy with the programs that are ongoing around schools, especially campaigns against defilement, campaigns against child marriages, among others. Here in Busoga, we are also happy that the standards are each day improving, and we are producing quality education. Thanks God to you in your office, and the teachers here present. Thank you so much for the good work, especially when it comes to Busoga. We are very grateful. Mama, we are also happy most schools in Busoga, most schools in Uganda, you find that you have provided good room. The government schools are progressing. The private sector, you have given room, and there is cooperation, there is teamwork, which is helping us to push ahead, and we are so much excited. Mama, as the area leader, I want to register this to your table. There are people, especially in these areas, who have proved to be bad-hearted. Some people have started grabbing school land, especially where they see that schools have big chunks of land, and this needs your support. Mama, I therefore move that a committee or commission can be put in place to help to fight against the grabbing of school land, to ensure that there is continuity. This is going to help us very much. Mama, we are very happy with our teachers who are doing noble work in various schools. And therefore, I do request that if there is a special program for teachers, especially who are upgrading, please, Mama, we request it can be given priority. Mama, I'm Wabika Ayop, Mayor, Jinja State Northern Division, and this is the area where you are seated. We are happy that our scholars are doing what they can to ensure that the environment is conducive. Mama, allow me as I wind up to introduce my team that I work with. Here with me, I have, Mama, I am gender sensitive. When I was forming government at division level, I chose a lady who is the deputy mayor, Her Worship, Namaganda, Susan Nguna. She's there, she can wave. Mama, here with us we have the district leadership, Jinja District Local Government, represented by the vice chairperson, Honorable Veronica. She's here with us. Thank you so much. Mama, finally, we want to thank you so much for sending us a vibrant team, a committed team, especially the team that is representing the office of the president, the RCCs. We have the RCC, Ginger City, here with us. We are very happy with him. He's doing us good work. We have the RCC in charge of Northern Division, Madam Lydia. We are very happy she's working with us very well. We have the RCC in charge of Southern Division, Fande Segawa. We are happy they are doing very tremendous work in this area. We want to thank you so much. Thank you for loving Ipsoga. We salute you so much. God bless you. Wish you journey masses. Thank you so much. And best regards to the head of the state, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for inviting us and welcoming us to your division. Ma'am, as the head teacher had said, we have our very young girls here who are ready to show you some of their skills. So I want now to turn to our acrobats and allow you to present to our guests and our chief guest and your fellow students. Over to you. you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the girls. Mama, I just got a message that the boys of Busoga College Mwiri and Kira College are now scared of these girls. In fact, for me, what I saw, Mama, was that we are very secure right now as a country. This generation is a generation that we are very safe. I want to thank the girls for the great acrobatics. Mama, we want to quickly move into a presentation and highlights on the campaign activities. And I want to invite Ms. Angwa and Ms. Margarita Teliva, the representative in charge of UNICEF, to come and run us through the highlights of the campaign activities. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Thank you, Mama. As we wait for my colleague to come, and in the interest of time, I'll be brief. And I'm standing here as a team member of the campaign that is going on in Busoga region. And my colleague will say more about that. I just want to mention, Mama, that yesterday we had a youth summit in this school as assigned by you from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. From 37 schools representing the 11 districts of Busoga region. We want to thank you, Mama, for being passionate about this. Where are the facilitators? Where are my facilitators? Please come forward. Norman, the group facilitators. We had four groups of over 600 students per group, and each group had 2 facilitators. And we were equipping them and empowering them to be able to make right choices with kids. And we were amazed at how impressionable these young people are, because they want information. They want information that can equip them and tell them that they are disciplined, able to control their emotions. They need to be purposeful. They need to have a dream. They have a destiny. They are the future of this country and Africa. We are looking to them for this. And so they were ready. They were ready. At some point, Mama, we asked them what their choices were, who were ready to focus on their dreams, to manage media, because it is the biggest influence right now, media, and be able to stand and sexually wait until their time so they can focus on what really matters. And Mama guided, we have cards, truly cards, and those who were ready to, Mama cards. They signed and signed and signed, and we wait. We achieved a lot. I want to thank that. Mama, before you is an amazing team with these students. We even have Zabuli. Zabuli, can you step forward? Zabuli is a young lady that kind of made wrong choices in the past, but changed her mind and is now an ambassador and an advocate of abstinence for young people in school. Thank you, Zabuli. The rest of the team, Mama, will meet you as they take a picture with you. I would like to thank all the people that have made this possible. I want to start by thanking the school. The head teacher was very supportive. They gave us the place, they guided us, and the teachers of Wanyange Girls School, please put your hands together. The students of Wanyange were very disciplined, and they also helped us to manage the crowds that were here yesterday. We had the teachers and head teachers from all these 37 schools that were helping us to manage the students and also to teach with them. And Mama, these are teachers that were also expressing some of their concerns and being very grateful for this program. They vowed that they are going to establish clubs in schools that are going to continue so that there is continuity. They also vowed that they are going to give opportunity to those who came to share with the whole school at assemblies so that others who were not able to come will also benefit from this. We want to thank the ministry officials, Mama from Ministry of Education, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Health. They were working with us as technical people. We want to thank the UN family that has worked with us from the beginning and are also here. And people for committing to develop character, to develop value-based character so that they are able to achieve their goals, be critical thinkers, and they set their goals and they wrote down their dreams and they said that we are going to meet us and they'll be telling us what they've achieved. Mama, again for this, and thank you for everybody that has made this possible.
Honorable Mama Janet Kataba Museveni, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports. Right Honorable Robina Nabanjo, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, who is represented by the Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the Minister of General Duties. Your Excellencies, all ministries present, Her Excellency the Resident Coordinator, His Excellency the Ambassador Jon Sarek, Head of the EU Delegation in Uganda, Your Excellencies, all ambassadors and head of delegations present, all protocols observed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear children and all these young people that the COVID pandemic and the lockdown exposed a lot of vulnerabilities and a lot of issues that are affecting young people in Uganda. We have seen an increase in the defilement, in sexual violence, and ultimately an increase in teenage pregnancies and child marriage. When we see such vulnerabilities impacting the young people, our hearts are sinking, because such girls, when they become pregnant at an early age, there is no future for them. Their future completely changes. They themselves, being children, have to take care of a child. They're dropped out of school. They're stigmatized. So their complete future is ruined. And we were very happy when 3 strong champions, all of them having the girls' well-being, came forward and said no more. Let's protect the girl, let's save the nation. And these are our 3 champions, the Honorable Mama Janet Kataba Museveni, the First Lady and Minister of Education, the Right Honorable Robina Nabanjo, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and Her Excellency Major Alupo Jessica, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I have the pleasure to update you, and they launched the campaign 6-7 months ago, and I have the pleasure now to just highlight some of the achievements of that campaign. The UN family, under the leadership of the resident coordinator and with the generous support of the development partners, we took this call for action at heart, and UNFPA, the United Nations Population Fund, and UNICEF, the Agency for Children, we took at heart this call, and we stood to support the government in the implementation of the agenda. The program was focusing on 3 key pillars. On the pillar number 1, linked with preventing the teenage pregnancies, we all, together with the Ministry of Education and with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, stepped in and promoted life skill education in school, which helped to build these core competencies of the children and adolescents, of the girls themselves, and make them more resilient. A new comprehensive life skill toolkit has been developed by the Ministry of Education and will be rolled out in 700 schools this year. Informational education and awareness raising have been led through the community dialogues with media engagement, dialogues with young people, and peer-to-peer which were led by the adolescents and the girls themselves in districts with high rate of teenage pregnancy. A dissemination of the revised guidelines on prevention and management of teenage pregnancies and around school has also been supported. This and others resulted in the return of more than 1,000 child mothers to school. On the pillar 2 of the campaign, which was ensuring the provision of services to the teenage pregnant girls and child mothers, we supported the Ministry of Health in the provision of antenatal care services, on human papilloma virus vaccination, and providing iron folic supplementation to prevent anemia. Support, and together with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we increased the management of the cases of sexual exploitation and gender-based violence through capacity building of social workers, which provided support to more than 300 cases of gender-based violence. The provision of the sexual and reproductive health services was boosted, and further advocacy on their importance were facilitated. On the pillar number 3, which was focused on providing support to the babies of teenage mothers, the birth registration of children of teenage mothers has been really supported, and more than 8,000 children received their birth certificates. Health services to newborn babies of teenage mothers, including nutrition and other essential services, were facilitated as well. The parenting program of the Ministry of Gender and Labor and Social Development has been rolled out to ensure that these young mothers at a very tender age, they acquire some very important parenting skills. In addition to all above, we continue to support the generation of evidence, and the study on the cost of inaction and the magnitude of teenage pregnancy led by the United Nations Population Fund was launched, and is one very important piece of evidence which can guide us on how to further address the issue. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and dear children, I believe that this program is only the beginning of our action and of our efforts. And I believe that under the leadership of our champions, we will continue this journey with a full commitment and energy, together with all of you, and there is much more to do. We will be together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Margarita and Beat, for sharing with us the highlights of this campaign and why we are here. Our chief guest, Mama, it is one thing to say we are here because of the girls, or the boys and the girls who are here with us. So I want to now turn to those girls and boys to tell us their story. And I want to invite 3 very special representatives of the entire group who are here. I want to begin with our head prefect from the Wanyange Girls Secondary School. You're welcome, Miss Achom Mabel. Please come.
Allow me to read on the protocol already given. Good afternoon. My name is Achom Mebo, the head prefect for Wanyange Girls School, and I am humbled to address you all on this occasion. On behalf of the students, I welcome you all to Wanyange Girls School, the School for Quality Education. And in a special way, allow me to welcome you, Mama Janet, to this our school, because you're coming here in person bears paramount testimony of your love and concern for us all. You are welcome. With humility, I extend my sincere appreciation to you, Your Excellency, for never holding back to fight for the youth through the different programs that you support and champion in your capacities. We appreciate and acknowledge your enormous efforts in the fight against teenage pregnancy that has left the future of thousands of young girls bleak as they are forced into early marriages, school dropouts, mental torture, and sometimes death. Reports indicate that over 87,000 young girls in the Busoga region got pregnant between the year 2019 and 2020, with the highest number of teenage mothers recorded in the districts of Luka and Kamuli. Honorable Minister, this indicates that there is a dire need to save and support the girl child, and it is upon this that we request you, as the Minister of Education and Sports, to continue providing platforms where girls, parents, teachers, and boys are sensitized on how to make the world a safe zone for the girl child. We also request that strict laws are put against offenders like the male figures that impregnate young girls. Permit me, in your presence, to appreciate the administration of my school, Wanyange Girls, that has embraced the Save the Girl Child slogan and has taken the liberty to instill commendable virtues in the students through the different school programs like mini assemblies, mentoring sessions, career talks, to mention but a few. Your Excellency, words cannot express our gratitudes towards your initiatives that impact on us, the girl child. Thank you so much for being a voice for us, for it is something that has made us embrace the strength within ourselves and realize our full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine this world without the girl child. It would be a shame if I did not appreciate the yesterday's youth summit that clarified lots of vague messages that we have been receiving. And yes, I am worth the wait. Thank you so much for listening, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chom. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that the rain is a blessing to this conversation we are having today and a blessing to the campaign. And I want you to ensure that you're still in a safe area. For those of you who are under the rain, please find a way of moving into the tent inside so each and every one of us is safe. I now want to invite Mr. Timothy from Bukoli College to come and address us.
My name is Gumikiriza Timothy from Bukoli College, Bujiri, a senior 5 student. Good afternoon. All protocol observed. I want to be brief, precise, and concise. First and foremost, I want to thank the First Lady, as well our Mama and Grandmama, for loving us by sending us the many facilitators who have conveyed a really good message to us. And as well in this message, for me, I've learned very many things. One, I have learned I should set my goals as earlier said by one of the speakers. For me, I set my goal as completing my senior 6, going to the university, and when I get there at the university, I want to get a degree in economics, and after, I want to proceed year after year till I get a PhD. That is my goal, I said. So this is to you all youths. Please set a goal. That's my goal. Ask yourself, have you already set a goal? If you have not, please note it as a demand. By today, set a goal. Number 2, I have also learned that I should change my character. As earlier said by one of the speakers, one of our facilitators who has been here and was a facilitator in my group, that's Zaburi, she changed from bad to good character. And that has given her a future. And now she's a teacher who got a degree from Makerere University. Really, God exists. Clap for that. Number 3, I learned that my life is my responsibility. Our mama, before I proceed anymore, I will be treating myself on behalf of my fellows, not to say thank you. Please, students, support me by clapping. Really, this program is good. And I was on number 3. I have learned that my life is my responsibility. On this matter, I know that I should control my feelings towards these girls. A thunderous hand clap for that. I should control my feelings. And as well, girls, this session has been centered for you. But you should as well learn to control your feelings. When you control your feelings, please, you will go by the goals that you set and you will achieve them in the future. Number 4, and the most important thing, our mama, the most important thing we learned, let me say thank you again before I proceed, is that true love waits. My fellow students, I said, you try to support me. You remember this yesterday. True love really waits. Let's all go after me. True love really waits. Yeah, that's good. You are showing a good vibe to our mama. And on that matter, therefore, I decided that with all my heart, my soul, and my body, I will abstain from sex until I get married. I am a penning, and this covenant that I made is with this card, as earlier said by one of the speakers. I gave in my soul, my body, and my heart in this covenant. I will be mentored by my father. He's the one I'm going to give this covenant. So whoever signed this covenant, please get a mentor. My father will be my mentor. You get? So you need to also get one mentor. Number 4, I also learned that previously we have been getting conflicting messages from different people all over the country, from our villages, where we stay, even in school, since we come from different places. I learned that one of the conflicting messages is sex is a right. That is a very conflicting message. I didn't know till I had a lesson yesterday which educated me that sex is not a right. You get? It is not a right at this age. Another one is, they used to also tell us that when you have sex when standing, that you can't get pregnant, really. But it was yesterday when I got, really, that knowledge that no, really no. I'm speaking this with confidence. because I don't have a girlfriend. Clap for me. Let's continue. Number 6, our mama. I'm requesting you that since this time, let me call it an expo, it has been in Busoga, Jinja district. I'm requesting you to take it to other regions like the north, because it is also bad love. The north, then even the west, the south, even the central. And the next time it comes to Busoga, I'm requesting you, our mama, that it comes to Bukoli College Bujiri, the mighty school. It also has a wide compound which can accommodate all of this. Then, this has been centered for majorly the girls. But our mama, I really want to thank you. You have hit 2 birds using 1 stone. The boys have also benefited from this. They have come from different schools. I've seen it was Jiko, Jinja College, then Muiri. They are all single schools. So you have hit 2 birds using 1 stone. The boys have benefited, and the girls who were mainly centered for this have also benefited. Then I want to request that please, together with my fellow students from Bukoli College, despite the fact that it's raining, I'm requesting you to come here. Let's wave to the mama, then we go back and sit. Stand up and wave from wherever you are. Thank you for listening. I remain Gumikiriza Timothy, a student from Bukoli College, Bujiri.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Mama, our final testimony from the students is from a special needs child, and he's with Iganga Secondary School, among the children that are taken care of in that school, which is one of the few schools that do take in special needs interest children. Mama, this is Emma Pande.
The Minister of Education, special dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon. My name is Pande Emmanuel, a student, an SNE student from Iganga Secondary School, headed by Madame Nakaziba Monique. I believe quick fixes are not the right options. The title of my speech this afternoon is that the importance of abstinence from sex until the time is due. In the COVID pandemic, we witnessed a sharp increase in the number of pregnancy cases, and what is saddening, petrifying, and at the same time traumatizing, this was among girls in 18 years. Either by agements or unshameful men. However, some were arrested and put in prison. But family, I will tell you this, that this left the girls who were pregnant in despair and were worried of what would be next. But our mother, the minister, let them go to school. I thank the minister for that. With great empathy, sympathy, and intimate love, she later has organized a session to teach us on what we should do now and leave the futures, things for the future. This session has made us aware of what we did not know. Just like Martin Meadows, one of the famous writers, remarked that we have the strength, but not all of us have discovered it. But with this session, the program that we just had yesterday, the Youth Summit, it has enabled us to know what we didn't know. And that saying is now just a myth. Just like the old saying goes, Age is wisdom. Our mother, the minister, has indeed demonstrated this by choosing the right facilitators to do the life-changing job that has not left us the same. My fellow students can bear me witness. True love awaits was the statement that wrapped up almost everything. Just as patience is a form of wisdom, one of the great presidents of the United States of America once remarked, I believe waiting to have love at the right time and sex in its right future is just the right way to go. Before I draw to my conclusion this afternoon, we can abstain from sex and have it in marriage by only closing our legs and opening our books, because the only safe sex now for the youth here is abstinence. Let's avoid illnesses like AIDS, avoidable regrets out of premarital sex, and take the bull by the horns. I believe we can make it. Patience pays, but it pains. In conclusion, I believe we are able and we can make it for God and my country.
Students, can we put our hands together again for our testimonies? Mama Emma Pandey is blind, and I was reading his Braille speech here. For those who are probably watching, and Mama, we are live on UBC, and those who are watching at home were probably wondering how he was doing it. He had his speech in Braille here with him, and we want to thank schools like Iganga Secondary School that do take in children with special needs and continue to train these children, our children. May I take the pleasure of inviting a young woman, a former teenage mother, and now a peer educator who is with the Trailblazer Mentoring Foundation, Miss Joyce Atimangu, to also come and share her testimony. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The First Lady of Uganda, and also the Minister for Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kaguta Museveni, the distinguished guests, the dignitaries, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to be part of this regional dialogue. My name is Joyce Atimango, and I'm the founder and Executive Director of Trailblazers Mentoring Foundation. And I'm standing here as a former child mother. But first of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank Mama Janet Kaguta Museveni for championing this national campaign to address defilement, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and promoting positive parenting in Uganda. And as a mother of the nation and Minister of Education, we appreciate you as the champion for the adolescent girls in Uganda. Thank you for carrying this mantle. My testimony is going to be short because of time. And I stand here today to share my experiences. They are negative experiences as a child mother. I got pregnant at the age of 17 years while in senior 4 vacation and dropped out of school. I am a second born of 4 children coming from a very humble family. Both my parents are alive right now, but retired civil servants who are working with Ministry of Health in Mulago Hospital. And at that time, both of them were serving government. As an adolescent girl, I was faced with the challenges of growing up. I had a lot of excitement, there was a lot of curiosity, and I was under influence of peer pressure. I started engaging in premature relations that ended where I ended up becoming pregnant. At that time, my mother was very busy also pursuing her career and spent most of her time in school. And my daddy was an absentee father. My parents were never there at the time that I needed them most to guide me, to counsel me, and even my older brother was equally young. So I relied a lot on my peers for guidance and support. I believed in whatever they told me because they were readily available, and I spent most of my time with them. With the wrong peers around me, I did all wrong things an adolescent should have stayed away from that resulted into pregnancy. I studied in Jinja, in College. I know I have OBs and OGs here. Yes, I was in College, Wairaka, and that is where I was trained. Much as I was very active in co-curricular activities, and I was very good with sports, I lacked the information of growing up. I didn't know the repercussion of early sex, because at that time we really did not have people or mentors who were there to speak to us about the repercussions of engaging in early sex, about having good morals, about making very good decisions, and the consequences of making wrong decisions. During my vacation, I involved in sex, and at the time when I joined my senior 5 at 15 years, I didn't know that I was pregnant. And yet, I had missed my period. So you can see the challenges of not having information. So for me, I thought it was regular because I used to miss my periods. It was until a medical checkup was conducted and I was discovered pregnant. Young people who were here, at that time, I was confused. I was expelled from school, and I did not go back home immediately because I feared facing my parents. I wanted to run away very far where nobody knew me. However, I had a challenge of not having money with me. So I was forced to travel back to Kampala from Tororo. And of course, the first person I wanted to tell was the boy who was responsible. But however, he was not helpful at all, because instead of giving me money, he told me to go back to my parents. If I'm killed, let me be killed. After all, they are my parents. And of course, life was never the same. I went through very, very negative experiences. I was abused. I was chased from home. I was called all kinds of names. My parents were laughed at. I was stigmatized. I spent most of my time in the house because each time I saw my other colleagues, my friends who were going to school, I would break down and cry. So life was never easy for me. My father was alcoholic, and you know what that means. That he would go and specifically drink for me. And when he would return, I would be out sometimes up to about 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. At one moment, of course, I told you my clothes were thrown out of the home, and I had to leave home for some time. But I ran to my aunties, and I was brought back. And what is saddening is that the boy who was responsible denied the pregnancy. So I went through all these negative experiences alone. I cried several times and regretted the wrong decisions that I made. At that time, I had lost hope of returning to school and didn't ever expect that I would get the opportunity to return to school. Of course, the following year, I gave birth amid these challenges. I was already young. Lucky enough, because my mom is a nurse, she placed me under the care of an experienced medical officer. And I want to really appreciate the Ministry of Education and Sports, because there was a lady who was a friend to my auntie, who at that time was told about my plight. She came and met my mother and told my mother about a second chance. I am so happy that my mother followed the advice. And when my baby was 3 months old, I was given an opportunity to go back to school. But I was in a day school. The girls and boys who are here, it was a horrible experience, balancing school and being a mother. I missed school several times when my child was sick, and that affected my performance. But because I had learned the negative experience, and because I knew I only had this second chance to make things right, I read the whole night to be able to have a better future for myself and my baby. I am happy to tell you that later on, I joined the university and I graduated as a teacher. And as a teacher, I joined Dabani Girls School, and that was the time when PSA was introduced. I am so happy that I took on the opportunity of becoming a club patron. And while there, I was also a class teacher and a dormitory mistress. So I took this opportunity to mentor girls, to share with them my experience, to counsel them, but also to instill values in them and interest them to focus on education. This is where I discovered my passion of turning my negative experiences into positive action. I then started advocacy work at that age, talking to parents to give a second chance to their daughters who had become pregnant and bring them back home for those that had chased their children. So in 2014, when I returned, I started Trailblazers Mentoring Foundation with a vision of ensuring that all girls are in school, empowered and enjoying their childhood. I didn't start with money because I had a passion. So I started this with zero funding. And now, with the support, I am happy that right now we are in 23 districts of Uganda. And of course, doing a lot of work around mentoring girls. We have been working in 536 primary and secondary schools with funding from UNICEF. I want to really appreciate the development partners, UNICEF, Uganda, Irish Aid, and Plan International. The idea that the Department of Gender Unit, Basic Education, HIV and AIDS and Counseling, we have really worked a lot with them to empower, to mentor, and to support the girls and boys keeping school. My message for you today is, I want to leave you 3 messages, most important messages. That one, education is critical. Let us focus on education. Let us focus in being in school. Number 2, values, and values. Listen to what the teachers tell you. Please, you have now been empowered with life skills. Let us be able to make the rightful decisions. Let us not forget God. I am happy to God for giving me a second chance. These days, whenever I do the mentorship, I really emphasize the power of being God-fearing. We have so far returned over 10,000 children, and Mama, I'm happy to share with you that with support of UNICEF, Uganda, and also working closely with government, this campaign is being rolled out in Karamoja, and it is being led by the children themselves. We launched this campaign 3 months ago at the lowest level. It is the children that are creating awareness in the community through what we call the peer-to-peer, Go Back to School Plus campaign. And I'm happy to share with you that they have so far returned about 256 girls, especially the child mothers, back to school. As I conclude, my commitment is to continuously work with government to support re-enrollment and to mentor all boys and girls, but also to skill, especially the pregnant girls and child mothers, to reduce their vulnerability. Ladies and gentlemen, the onus is upon us who are here to ensure that we protect the girl and save the nation for God and my country.
The girls and boys, I didn't hear you clap for Joyce Atimango. Mama, you could hear a pin drop in this part of the tents because as her message was sinking in, each of them must have, tried to put her story into their own lives and tried to reset the conversation in their own lives for the betterment of their future. May I now take the pleasure of inviting our great David Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, to come and take us to the next stage of our program.
Thank you, Mr. Mugisha. Mama, the First Lady, all of you are distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I too will ride on the protocol that we have been working with since we started. I want to join everybody in welcoming Mama here today. In this last segment of our interaction, we've had to cut out a bit, and I wanted to start, Mama, by apologizing to the high-level panel discussants, the moderator, Susan, and the panelists. We are doing extremely badly in terms of time, and we thought if we regain, we'll get back to the panel. But for now, I would like to invite an old girl of this school, Wanyange Girls' School, by the names Irene Kauma. I have a lot of things I would say about this wonderful person called Irene Kauma, but I know her as a life skills facilitator, a good communicator, a counselor of young and old, and Irene will come and give a testimony as a former student of this school. Mama, lest Irene whispers to you, Irene studied in this school with my wife, and I'm also a beneficiary of the good nurturing and the fruits of this school. Irene, please step forward and give your testimony.
Thank you. Mama Janet, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, the UN Resident Coordinator, and the UN family present here today, the EU Ambassador, the district leadership, teacher Deborah, and your staff, all the teachers from the other schools, students of Wanyange Girls' School, and students from the other schools. What a joy to be at Wanyange Girls' School today. Tusangaire mama, webale kuida Busoga, webale kuida Wanyange, tusangaire okubona. I was in Wanyange Girls' School from 1984 to 1987, from S1 to S4. And I was in Lake Victoria dormitory. Are there any people from Lake Victoria? Please make some noise. We are the ones giving a testimony now. And it is here in Wanyange Girls that I made the most important decision of my life. At the age of 13, in senior one, a decision that changed the trajectory of my life, a decision that defined my entire value system, a decision that gave me non-negotiables. There are things in life that you cannot negotiate, and one of those things is sexual purity. That decision defined who I serve and how I serve. It is in this school, Wanyange Girls, that I began my leadership journey. I served here as a timekeeper. I served as a chapel prefect. I served as a scripture union chairman. And I saw the person I handed over to as chapel prefect and scripture union chairman, Jennifer. Yeah, Jennifer is, maybe you come and stand here, Jennifer. I also saw Lillian Pabulunji. Lily is also my peer. She was here. I don't know whether there are other old girls, but those two that I saw, please come and stand with me at the podium. Now today, I have the highest career honor of serving the mother of the nation. Someone I love and admire so much. She has taught me to love God in a deeper way. She has taught me to be authentic, not to just be an actor, have a public life that is different from a private life. She has taught me to care for others and to live honorably. I stand here today and I have served government for the last 26 years, and it all began here. My leadership gift was identified here and nurtured right here. Not because I'm the brightest or I have a great background. I was actually born a very unwanted child to a teenage mother. My mother was only 14 years when she gave birth to me. She had to resist the temptation to get rid of the pregnancy. Now today, I'm my mother's only child, and I'm no longer unwanted. So young people, abortion is a no-go area. Mama, the microphone, is it okay? Mama, when I heard that a girl here, a student, had committed suicide sometime this year, I invited myself to this school. I called the head teacher. I told her, I'm Irene Kauma. I was a chapel prefect. I was a scripture union chairman. I want to come and speak to the girls. And I came. I came with Jennifer and some other girls. And Mama, we spent the whole Sunday here. We preached in 2 services, and we spoke to the girls one by one, those who wanted to be listened to. And Mama, most of the problems that we saw that day stem from the family. Many of the girls complained of an abusive father, a cruel stepmother, an absentee father. Mama, there is a lot of pain and rejection in the family, and we are glad that you're championing this campaign to restore responsible parenting, because we have to begin there. That Sunday, I told the girls that they are illegitimate parents, but they are no illegitimate children. Why? Because God has a plan for every child. For everyone who comes on earth, there is a plan. There is a special assignment. There is a flavor. There is an aroma that you bring on this earth. There is a part of God that you alone can represent on earth. Mama, I also told them about the power of choice. Much as God has a good plan for us, because they told us there are theme this year is Jeremiah 29:11. I know the plans that I have for you. They are plans for welfare and not for evil, plans to give you a hope and a future. I told them, much as God has a good plan, the choices you make are very crucial in seeing that plan come to pass. I told them a story when I was at the university as a first-year student. An auntie, in quotes, brought me an elderly man and said, this man wants to date you. I said, date me? What is dating? He said, this man is actually a pilot. He will be taking you for holidays in London, in New York, in Cape Town. I told the lady, you know what? I don't want to go for holidays. I want to study. I'm just a fresher. I've never had a boyfriend. Why would I start with this big man? I don't want that. I said no to that. Just a few years later, I met this same man when I was a young immigration officer. He was seated at the bench waiting for his passport, and he had full-blown HIV/AIDS. Now, young people, I didn't have to fly to London as a fresher at Makerere University. Today, I have flown to London several times. I have flown to New York, to Cape Town, and to so many other places. If you are going to have the plan that God has for you, you must delay gratification. Good things come to those who wait. Young people, your best life is ahead of you. Please don't believe the lie that you cannot abstain. It is a lie. You can abstain. And this is the message that we bring this day, that you can live a pure sexual life. I married when I was a virgin, and I know many of my friends who married when they are virgins. I know many who are not married, who are living right. Don't believe the lie that everybody is doing it. That's a lie. You can live a pure life. In conclusion, I want to thank you, Teacher Deborah, for hosting. I want to thank UNICEF and UNFPA and the UN family. Thank you, BEAT and the team, for this great campaign and for bringing it to this great school. And Mama, thank you so much for taking the road that is less traveled. That is the road that advocates for the right values. The road that says it is possible to abstain. The road that says sexual purity and integrity are the thing in vogue. And to advocate for responsible parenthood. And Mama, you're not just an advocate of this. You have modeled this all your life. So we call you Mama by choice. We call you Mama because you have modeled what a mother should model to us. And you've done this consistently. Friends, the only medicine to the vices of teenage pregnancy is bringing God back in our schools. We must bring God back to take the center place in our schools. Most of these are church-founded schools. Most of us today are products of Scripture Union. I want to appeal to the head teachers here and the teachers. Please revive Scripture Union in every school. Scripture Union will do the work for you. We are products of Scripture Union. We learned the values there. We learned to lead from Scripture Union. And the only thing that will help us is if we bring these values back. The Word of God is very clear. It says, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. It is righteousness that will exalt us as a nation, not more money, not more programs. It is righteousness, and that is embedded in the values. I want to thank you so much for listening to me and here with me. Because of time, they can't speak, but there is Jennifer Sambaga and Lillian Mpabulunji. We used to call her Lile, and we used to call Lake Victoria Lake. So members of Lake, give me a shout again. Thank you very much for listening to me, and God bless you.
Wow, I thought the young people would have clapped loudest. What a testimony. And to all of us, ladies and gentlemen, if we forgot everything about that wonderful testimony, is the point Irene made, that God has a plan for each of us. And it's because of that plan that she is who she is, and it's because of that plan that you'll all achieve what you aspire for. So just keep focused. We will now have resolutions from the summit presented by Ronnie Habasa, who is one of the facilitators, and he will quickly take us through the resolutions that have been made by the young people as His Excellency, the EU Ambassador, gets ready immediately after Ronnie.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening to Mama. Ronnie Avasa is my name, and the last time I had the awesome privilege, Mama, of being in your presence was at the last summit that we had. And that summit was, I think, at Mengo SS. And I don't know if you remember, but at that time I shared about the True Love Waits cards that you had championed many years ago when I was still a teenager. And I dare to say that those cards that we signed kept us in the straight and narrow path. So you can imagine my delight when Auntie Beat invited us again for this particular summit. And I found that the True Love Waits cards had been brought back to life. And I want to hear from the students. True love does what? Come on, say it with some gas, say it with some vibe. True love does what? And on behalf of the girls and on behalf of the boys, I'm going to invite two students just to share their own experience, because we gave them these cards and they did not sign them out of coercion, out of persuasion, but out of their own decision based on the information that we had shared with them. And so I'm going to invite Shamim, one of our students, to come first and just share her experience and why she decided to sign this particular card. Let's put our hands together for Shamim and show her some love.
The First Lady of Uganda, Honorable Kataha Janet Museveni, protocol observed. I am Balungi Smaya, Form 3, at Bukoyo Senior Secondary School in Iganga, and I am also the deputy head girl of that school. Good afternoon. I am very humbled and honored to stand before you on behalf of the girls here. In yesterday's session, I learned that girls are not a weak sex. I mean, in the part of sexuality, where I learned that girls are not a weak sex. You see, one day, a man asked me, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" I answered, "I want to be an engineer." So he told me, "What? Girls, who said women can be engineers?" I started doubting myself. But from yesterday, I got the courage and I have decided that come what may, I must become an engineer and as successful as you, Mama. In addition to sexuality, I learned about choice making, and due to this, I have decided to put an end to my current relationship. To add on, I, as Maya, made a choice to stay sexually pure until I get married. I have also signed a commitment card of true love waits because I realized that a virgin girl is very respected. I also want to focus on my studies by not involving in other relationships, so I signed the card as a commitment. At this juncture, let me request all the girls to stand firmly and read this pledge of commitment to stay sexually pure. So please, the girls, stand up.
We'll ask all the girls who made the bold decision to sign that card to get out your cards, and Sumaya is just going to guide you, but you're going to read together with her. All right.
True love waits. I am a girl, and I believe that if a boy loves me, he must be waiting for me. Therefore, I made a commitment to God, myself, my parents, my future mate, and my future children to stay sexually pure until the day I give myself only to my marriage partner in a covenant marriage relationship. So help me God. Thank you.
A round of applause for Sumaya. As Sumaya was speaking, there's a young man who has been chucked. He's not very happy. I don't know if he's from Butiki, from Wiri, from back home in the village. But what Sumaya is saying is, I'm worth the wait. But the boys have also made a decision to stay sexually pure. And on behalf of the boys, allow me to invite Benjamin to come and tell us what he learned and why he made this decision. After that, I'm going to ask all of you who have your cards. We are going to boldly come out. I know it's drizzling a bit, but we'll come out and just wave those cards as a sign of pride and as a sign of a decision that you have made. Let's put our hands together for Benjamin.
Yes, thank you. Our mama, the First Lady of Uganda, distinguished guests, protocol observed. A good afternoon to you all. I'm Kadai Benjamin, a senior 5 student, head prefect, Busoga High School. Yesterday, we looked at 3 themes. That is purpose, where we learned that we are important for we are fearfully and wonderfully created by God. And choice. What you choose today determines your future. And then sexuality. We committed ourselves to stay sexually pure until the right day comes. I, Kadai Benjamin, decided to sign this true commitment pledge for the betterment of my future, my life, and my pattern. We teenagers mostly have crushes, but not true love. So I will not allow feelings to dictate my future. I hereby request the boys to stand on their feet and wave to me this commitment pledge. Boys, where are you? Can you please stand up? You first wave it to me. Okay, then we go ahead and read. Come on, let's read together. To love white. I'm a boy, and I believe that if I love a girl, I must be willing to wait for her. Therefore, I have made a commitment to God, myself, my parents, my future mate, and my future children to stay sexually pure until the day I give myself only to my marriage pattern in a covenant relationship. So help me, Lord. Yes, you can sit down. Yeah, thank you. I remind Kadai Benjamin, head prefect, Busoga High School, for God and my country.
All right, so now finally, I'm going to ask all of you who are here, who made that commitment, not out of persuasion, out of coercion or peer pressure, but out of your own volition, decided to sign that card. We're going to come out so that the world can see us, okay? So I want you to get your card. You're going to be live on ICNTV, UBC, Baba, Agatari Kung Fu, to mention but a few. I want you to just come running to the center and let's wave our cards. DJ Peruz, if you're there, give me some music and let us proudly show the world that we have made this commitment. Whichever school you're from, the boys and girls in the other tents, get your card, come out, wave them. Uganda needs to see, East Africa needs to see, Africa needs to see, the world needs to see and know that there's still a generation that are saying it's possible and they have passed the commitment. DJ Peruz, if you're there, just give me some music for some vibe. I want to see all this proud. And they're not saying they're doing this in their own strength. That is why they said, so help me God. Show me your vibe as you wave. I can see Mama waving back with pride on her face. I need to let you know that Mama personally edited the words of that pledge card that you are holding. Come on, parents, teachers, those who are here, let's celebrate these young people for the commitment they have made. Linga, 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 look. Okay, DJ, pull up. Before you guys go and sit, I see Mama is at her mic. Maybe she just wants to say something to you right now.
I just want to say that you have made my day. Thank you so much. And God is looking at you, and God is happy to see you. And just know, those cards you have to keep. On that day of your marriage ceremony, that's the card you hand over to your marriage partner, so that they may know that you have been pure throughout your young life and they can trust you through the marriage. And God is happy today. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. DJ, you can give it to them. These people are pledging to walk in purity. May God indeed be your support. Thank you.
let's settle quickly. Ronnie, thank you for presenting the young people and the resolutions that they have just made. I would like, at this juncture, to invite His Excellency, the EU Head of Delegation to Uganda, Ambassador Ian Sadiq, to come and make his remarks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Permanent Secretary. After this outburst of energy, I feel somewhat stiff, but I will now give my remarks. But first, I want to address the dignitaries at this event, and I start, of course, with the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, and the champion and leader of the national campaign, Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni. It's an honor for me to be here with you today. I also address the Right Honorable Minister of General Duty, Kasule Lumumba, a pleasure. The UN Resident Coordinator, Her Excellency Susan Namondo Ngongi, and representatives of UNICEF and UNFPA. Distinguished representatives from the Parliament and Government, district leaders, cultural and religious leaders, and civil society, and last but not least, parents, guardians, and of course the head teacher and the teachers here present, and of course the students. And I must say, all of you have created a very warm atmosphere for us here today. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and honor for me to be part of this very important event and to support the Protect the Girl, Save the Nation campaign, which is championed by three eminent women leaders, the First Lady and Minister of Education and Sport, the Vice President and the Prime Minister, with the support of UNICEF and UNFPA. As a new ambassador who recently arrived here in Uganda, this is also my first official participation in a public event outside Kampala. It was important for me to demonstrate the EU's solidarity to this vital national effort to address defilement, child marriage, teenage pregnancy, and to promote positive parenting. The sharp increase of sexual violence, teenage pregnancies, and child marriages in the context of the COVID-19 lockdowns is very worrisome. Pregnancy is also a major reason for school dropouts, which is a particular issue for the poorest girls in rural areas, where 1 in 4 girls have begun childbearing. As the slogan, Protect the Girl, Save the Nation indicates, teenage pregnancies are both an individual and a societal issue. The issues this national campaign aims to address therefore require a whole of society response to ensure that the most vulnerable have access to educational and economic opportunities and sexual and reproductive health and services. Ladies and gentlemen, men have a special responsibility, and we need to make sure that negative social norms are eliminated through a positive role model of fathers, of husbands and brothers. I can speak of my own personal experience when a few years ago I decided to take parental leave for 1 year to care for my 3 young children. And that was a great experience for me. Now I understand that most parents do not have the chance to take parental leave, but my point is that the role of parents and the responsibility of fathers cannot be overstated. Preventing and ending teenage pregnancies is essential, but it is equally important to offer an environment in which young mothers can continue to learn and go to school. In particular, and as we are gathering here at the One Young Girls School, I would like to stress the power of education to end teenage pregnancies and child marriage. This has been said by many speakers. Indeed, education, and in particular advancing through secondary school, offers a strong protection against teenage pregnancy and child marriage. As the European Union, We are committed, as ever before, to continue to play our part to empower women and girls to achieve their full potential. We provided some 30 million euros for the EU-UN Spotlight Initiative, which was launched officially by His Excellency the President of Uganda in 2020. This global initiative has been a successful example of a strong partnership between development partners, the government, civil society, and local leaders to eliminate violence against women and girls and promote sexual and reproductive health and rights. And together with the European Union member states, we will continue our partnership with the United Nations in this area. And this is also a way of supporting the multilateral system, without which we cannot address global challenges. Finally, we are also supporting the Global Partnership on Education here in Uganda, for which a compact amounting to more than 160 million euros was signed last month by the government and development partners. Thank you. To conclude, I wish to thank again the First Lady and Honourable Minister for Education and Sports and the United Nations for organizing this high-level dialogue. And I would like to reiterate our commitment to support your national efforts to offer all young Ugandans a bright future. And let me also say how happy I am, really, to visiting this region and its people, and thank you again for your warm hospitality. It has indeed given me a strong wish to continue to explore your beautiful country. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Excellency Ambassador Jean Sadek. Ladies and gentlemen, we won't waste any more time. I would like at this juncture to invite Her Excellency Susan Namondo Ngonji, the UN Resident Coordinator and one of our very strong supporters of the girl child. You are welcome, Susan.
Thank you so much, MC. Can you count? Our champion and the leader of the national campaign, the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda and Minister of Education and Sports, Her Excellency Janet Kataha Museveni. The Right Honorable Minister Justine Kasule Lumumba, representing here the Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, all the officials from government, ministries, departments, agencies, all the honorable members of parliament who could be here with us today, all our development partners, with a special recognition to the EU Head of Delegation, Ambassador Jan Sadek, civil society, cultural and religious leaders, and of course, since we're here, all the young people who are here with us today and their teachers, good afternoon. I am honored to represent the United Nations family in Uganda as part of this first high-level dialogue led by Her Excellency, the First Lady, and her co-champions. Today, we come together to address some very specific stresses and challenges that our girl children are going through. In too many places, including Uganda, we have a problem of teen pregnancy. As has been said by others, the pandemic shone a light on this issue, but many of the underlying problems existed well before the pandemic. We've heard the numbers. 1 out of 4 girls, between 10 and 19, got pregnant pre-pandemic. And during the pandemic, an average of 1,052 girls were getting pregnant every day. While the number of pregnancies is going in the wrong direction in Uganda, we do have some examples of other countries in our neighborhood, for instance, Kenya and Malawi, where the trend has started going downwards. Analysis has found that educational attainment, age at first sex, household wealth, family structure, exposure to media, were significantly associated with this decline. Dear participants, dear children especially, pregnancy under the right conditions is a wonderful thing. It's an act of divine creation. Pregnancy in children, as has been said by others, is definitely not good and just violence. None of us would welcome such news from one of our own daughters. And while all human beings are sacred, made in the image of the divine, we as human beings, though, have to also worry about the material dimensions of the world we live in, the needs of the body, for food, for clothing, for shelter, the need for livelihoods and jobs. The cost of teen birth on girls is huge for that child. Again, we've heard that before, for her family and community. There are many medical risks in the pregnancy and birthing process for both the child mother and the child baby. For instance, we know that infants born to teenage mothers have a mortality rate of 55 deaths per 1,000 live births, compared to 25 per 1,000 born from mothers aged 20 to 29 years. In addition, adolescent girls have some of the highest maternal mortality rates in Uganda because their bodies are just not developed enough to carry pregnancy to term. A staggering 28% of maternal deaths occur among young girls 15 to 25 years of age. And has been mentioned by many others before, but at this event we cannot overstress it, there are clear educational risks for girls who become pregnant in that they may not achieve as much as they could have otherwise. And we know that low educational achievement leads to diminished future life options. When too many girls get pregnant, risks affect not just them and their families and their communities, it also affects negatively the overall trajectory of the development of the country. So this is one of those very clear cases, as has been said by others, where prevention is better, much better than cure. In fact, prevention is an investment. It is imperative that we find much better ways of helping our girl children avoid pregnancy. And for those who are already pregnant, we need to help them better take care of both themselves and their children. And while it is a duty, we need to look at it as an urgent act of investing in our own future. I have some, but not in this event, which is very good, that sometimes when a girl gets pregnant, she's described as bad. And it always shocks me when I hear such a view, because no 10, 11, 15, or 16-year-old gets pregnant by choice. They cannot knowingly accept the responsibilities of motherhood at that age. So pregnancy clearly is a consequence of something else, not a deliberate choice. We can call them naive maybe, but not bad. And when one or two get pregnant, of course, the families have failed in their protection role, but when so many get pregnant, collectively we have all failed. And on the issue of choice also, it came out a little bit earlier, too many girls, even more disturbingly, get pregnant through really forceful and violent means, such as rape. There are too many hair-raising stories of adult men impregnating young girls, sometimes their own family members. According to Uganda Police Annual Crime Report, there were 13,000 plus defilement cases reported in 2019 and 14,000 plus in 2020, indicating an increase over a 2-year period. We know that this is just the tip of the iceberg, as many cases are not reported. Therefore, we need protection mechanisms to be in place to protect the rights of adolescent and young people from defilement and gender-based violence. As a society, we are going terribly astray. There's too much violence, and the rules that govern our relationships and are meant to hold our communities together seem to no longer be holding. And we need to investigate what is causing this high level of violence and find ways to reduce it, because at that rate we will just not achieve our sustainable societies that we aspire towards. One of the ways to help girls avoid pregnancy is to talk to them, which I understand was really the point of this Life Skills Summit. Personally, I come from a place that is not too different from Uganda, and my household was fairly conservative and probably mirrored the values of many Ugandan households. We certainly did not talk much or easily about sexuality. I probably got 2 or 3 very uncomfortable speeches in the critical teenage years. That said, I was a very protected girl, for which I'm extremely grateful. I was very well loved by my parents. But just to say that it was not an easy thing to talk about. But the context has now changed. I have a daughter, and I know that I cannot not talk about sexuality. I will have to adopt a more robust dialogue with my own daughter as she grows. Our social support systems are now weaker than before. The expectations and opportunities have multiplied, but so have the dangers. We can no longer behave like we did 30 or 40 years ago. We owe our children better access to knowledge and guidance. We need to become a lot more brave and competent to talk to them so that they understand and can better protect themselves. Because if we don't, and I think it came from one of the earlier testimonies, these children will have only equally clueless friends who don't know for guidance, or persons who deliberately want to take advantage of them on social media. I personally think one of the things all stakeholders need to do more of is support parents to better have these conversations in their households. And since the magnitude of the problem is really at a societal level, we need to support all key duty bearers who come in contact with our children in schools, in health facilities, cultural institutions, to be able to have these conversations. These life skills that we've heard about, life skills education for children, really is a must. And I think has been said already, but again, at such an event, it is really hard to overstate. If we don't tackle this problem a lot more vigorously, we will miss out in terms of reaching our development goals. So we need to prevent. Relying on parents and our institutions being equipped to have the necessary conversations and dialogue that give girls and boys the necessary knowledge to help them avoid the dangers of pregnancy. Constantly reaffirming, modeling to them their incredible value, making sure that their love of self is so high, they become their own best friends and are willing to give their futures the best opportunities available to them. And for the girls who we have failed, of course, we need to do everything to reduce the risks to their health, both physical and mental. Again, in one of the testimonies, the mental aspect came in, because the whole ordeal must be very traumatic. And we need to address that, because traumatized people cannot fully utilize their brain. Traumatized people lose access to a little part of themselves. If we can help to ensure that psychosocial health for our children, we should. We owe it to them. We owe it to all of us. We need to support them to minimize the lost education and employment opportunities. We need to help school to finish their education. And on the employment front, really, we need to help them so that they can better make their own jobs. We need to help them with entrepreneurship, because we, quite frankly, out there do not have enough jobs for them. And also, as has been said, we need to help them get the requisite parenting skills so they can also better parent their own children. And for the cases of defilement and gender-based violence, including harmful practices such as child marriage, we need much better application of our legal standards in response, in addition to the prevention measures at home and in our socio-cultural institutions. The open and frank discussions that I have been part of today, that I have heard, the testimonies I have heard, really give me hope that we will be able to find better prevention and response formulas to this issue of teen pregnancy, that we'll be able to help all our girls, all our boys, all our children do us proud. We live in difficult and uncertain times. We will need to give them a really solid foundation so that they are equipped to confidently navigate the global and national challenges that we will bequeath them. And before closing, allow me in a very special way to thank our three champions, led by Her Excellency, the First Lady, especially in her special role as Mama to all the Uganda, the young ones. We thank you for your leadership and commitment to improve the lives of girls and young women in Uganda. I also express my warmest thanks to your teams, as well as the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Ministry of Health, and the members of the organizing committee, including the Organization of African First Ladies Against HIV/AIDS, UNFPA, and UNICEF, for a job well done in organizing today's occasion. Today's dialogue is a strong demonstration of our joint commitment as government and partners to address challenges that young people, especially adolescent girls, face. Congratulations, and to all those who signed the cards, I hope that truly they will keep it and take out those cards at the time committed to their partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency Susan Namondo Ngongi, for that message. One thing touched me when she said we are all guilty for any teenage pregnancy, for any early marriage, or even defilement that takes place under our supposedly watchful eye. And I'm addressing myself to everyone here, the parents, the teachers, government, the stakeholders, you. When any of your friends drops out of school because of an early pregnancy, you should be guilty. The message of Her Excellency, amongst many others. I like that silence because we are now getting to the climax of our occasion today. I would like to invite Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, who is here on behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, one of the champions. She's an achiever in her own right, having also been serving at the highest level of government. I would like young people, all of us, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba. After her remarks, she will invite the First Lady, Mama, to talk to us this evening.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda and Minister for Education and Sports, the lead champion of the national campaign to address defilement, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and promote positive parenting, Janet 7. Let's clap for her to welcome her to this function. Basoga banange tumukubire mu ngalo okumwaniriza ebusoga. Tusangaire okubona mama. Webale kwida. The UN Resident Coordinator Susan Ngugi Namondo, and also UN Security Representative, European Union Head of Delegation, Your Excellency San Sadek, UNFPA Representative, UNICEF Representative, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and Yoko MC, officials from the different ministries, and officials from the different institutions, MD agencies, members of parliament present, and who are also part of the team that is championing this, want to recognize in a special way. Our religious leaders, led by our Bishop Michael Chomia, we are so happy to see you, that you have come to join us as a grandparent, to see that you are part of the team to champion this. Head teachers, fellow teachers, students, and media, good afternoon once again. God is good, and all the time. Mama, the First Lady, and the Minister for Education and Sports, I bring apologies from Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and also the leader of government business in Parliament. And she is supposed to be part of you, part of the team, as one of those to champion this cause. She has not been able to make it because, as leader of government business in Parliament, her responsibility is to make sure government work is given priority in Parliament, working together with the leadership of Parliament, but also deploying and also deciding how government business should be managed in Parliament. So it is in that spirit, at that angle, that she decided to remain in Parliament, because we have elections for the East African Legislative Assembly members going on today, and she had to lead the government team to make sure the government decision, the government interests take the day, and it is today. I also bring apologies from Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and also the Minister for the East African Affairs. She has not been able to make it, together with the third Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Nakadama Lukia Isanga, because they are in Parliament to put efforts together to make sure we lead in the vote that is taking on in Parliament. But they are with you and they are with us, and they are so supportive, and they've pledged to be part of the team to make sure we save the child for the future, so that they have people to take over after them. Let me start by thanking you, all of the people here, for your presence for this function. The numbers here today in Busoga region are a demonstration of our joint commitment in addressing teenage pregnancy. As we all know, this is a serious challenge in Uganda and also here in Busoga. Some of us stand here because there are those who were there to protect us as girl children when such things would have happened to us. Your Excellency, the First Lady and Minister for Education and Sports, allow me share a story that I pray should sink in the ears of the young girls and boys who are here. I've heard one of your staff and an old girl of this school who said she was born by a mother who was also a teenager. My mother gave birth to me when she was 15 years old. She never got the opportunity to touch even the door, to touch the lock or the handle to entrance to a classroom. She was married off because the cultures then would not allow a girl to menstruate when she was still in her father's compound. And she had to spend a full year in the marriage without a child. She was insulted by her co-wives that she had come to fill up the latrine of my father. So she was traumatized. She had nobody to run it to. The parents had given her away because they didn't want her to menstruate when she was in their compound. And the home she had come to, the man, my father, had more than one. So that means had less time to listen to this small young girl. When she gave birth to me, I'm a girl. The next one also was a girl. And when she got to the third one, was also a girl. Then she was told that she was brought to a home to fill up the compound, but not to expand the clan of my father. This is what the girl child goes through. So if you've gotten the opportunity to go to school under the UPE program and the USE program, don't cause problems to yourselves that our mothers went through, because the governments then did not have free education for primary, did not have free education for secondary. You have every advantage on your side to make sure you go to school and succeed. The First Lady, I want to share with you, last Friday I was in Kabong district, in Karenga district, at a school called Jubilee. And when I got there, I was challenged by one of the students. She took me aside and gave me some good example of what should motivate the girl child in this modern era to go to school. When we went on the side, she told me, tell them about the switch. Tell them about, I asked what is the switch. She explained to me. So before I read the Prime Minister's message, allow me to tell them, girls who are here, when you get married to a man, the work is immense for you as a housewife, as a mother, as a woman in the home. But once you go to school and get meaningful education, I want to bring you what the girls in Karenga, in Jubilee told me, on the border with Sudan. When you have meaningful job, or either you are employed or you employ yourself and employing others, life is simplified by what we can call a switch. Girls, can you put this finger up and just press it, a switch? A what? A switch. You want to boil water for tea, you switch on. You want to boil water for tea, you switch. You want to boil water for bathing, it's a switch. You want to cook food, it's a switch. You want to iron, it is a switch. You want to mow your compound, it is a switch. Whatever you want to do in your life, it is a switch. And it means that if you are educated, you can also have a switch to choose the right husband for yourself, because you can negotiate. You are educated. You are not at your weakest link. You are joining a marriage when you know what you want. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by sharing a few figures which we have heard several times today. But we must emphasize to demonstrate the huge challenge we face. 50% of teenage girls in Uganda are at the risk of getting pregnant each year. That means we have run away from our responsibility. Those holding the Bible, those holding the Quran, those holding the Constitution, those of us who are parents, holding the responsibility. We are not protecting these girls. Let's go back to the drawing board and make sure we protect the girl child. Once you save a girl, you save a mother, you've saved the home. The smallest unit in a community is the family. Once the family is right, then the rest of the other issues will be right. In 2021, an estimated 1,052 teenage girls got pregnant. This daily, this is big. This is big. That means that we must all get back to our households and then look out in the neighborhood and be champions from your house to the neighborhood and continue. 60% of the teenage mothers will not complete primary education. Every year, there are more teenage births than tertiary school students. Ladies and gentlemen, these numbers should concern all of us. Behind each figure I've read, there are big realities that affect our individual and collective development aspirations. And we have to listen to all, we have listened to the testimonies today. Teenage pregnancy jeopardizes the fulfillment of young people's potential in education, gainful employment, productivity, and overall quality of life for these girls. Many continue to be trapped in the vicious cycle of poverty. High teenage pregnancy also affects how our journey to achieve the goals set out by the National Development Plan 3. There is only one way to address this. We must act to curb teenage pregnancy. At this point, I want to thank you, Minister for Education and First Lady, and those who have sponsored this activity, and those who have been involved to make it happen. I want to, in a special way, to thank you for bringing our girls from Banda SCS in Namaingo district to Wanyange in Jinja. The experience they are going out with, I would go and visit them and get to know, because you can be born in Banda, study there, get married there, get a job there, and you don't get the opportunity to get to Jinja. I'm so grateful and thankful. In equal measure, I want to thank you for bringing our students from Chidera SCS and Wiyende City School. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Chidera used to be too far, but this program has brought them near to Jinja City. We are grateful, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no option here. The choice of inaction is not an alternative for our country. On our journey to harnessing the demographic dividend and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Students, do you know the Sustainable Development Goals? Hello, students, do you know Sustainable Development Goals? These are goals that were set by the UN for all the countries that subscribe to UN, and Uganda is. And the decision was taken when Uganda had won the elections as president for the UN, and that was Honorable Sam Kutesa. The Sustainable Development Goals are what we are doing now and what we are talking about. What is important is waking up to have a smile, to have joy, being able to take care of yourself, take care of your family, take care of your children. Being able to have no poverty in the home, be able to have enough food for both breakfast, lunch, and supper. Being able to have access to good health care, good education. Being able to have a deep smile as a person. Anybody who gets pregnant when you're a teenager, you cannot wake up to have a deep smile. You'll always be blaming yourself and blaming the innocent person in your womb. Let's avoid that and make sure when you get pregnant at the right time. When you get pregnant at the right time, you'll have a smile and your child will have a smile, provided all the other social amenities are provided, either by you or by government. Preventing teenage pregnancy is essential for Uganda's economic development. It will lead to high economic returns, and it offers the best guarantee of productive workforce in the future. Parents, teachers, community leaders, religious and cultural leaders all have a critical role to play. The fact that teenage pregnancies rose during COVID-19 lockdown exposed the cracks in parenting and caregiving in our homes and communities. This must change. We must speak to our young people and offer them guidance for the future. I want to thank Atimango for the testimony you've given. It is a challenge to us, parents who wake up to go and work and put a lot of emphasis and time to our work, giving less time to our children. And we leave them to listen to the TVs and radios, for which, as a government, we are working on the national guidance policy to make sure the content that goes out through our media houses is good and more educative to our children. It is the responsibility of government to make sure we get free education. It is the responsibility of government to make sure we have access to tertiary institutions. But it is your responsibility as a student, as a human being, as a parent, to make sure you also do your role. So children here, you've taken a decision by showing us the cards that you will not do it until that day. Please stick to that. Like mother said, mama said, God is watching. And you know God is not going anywhere. We found God here and God will stay. So don't run away from God because God is watching you. What happens sometimes is a result of the economic status of the communities. Of course, with the exception of those whose parents have not given enough time. The NRM government, under the leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has given us the last mile of the parish development model, where we, as government, have gone to the parish to get data, plan, and work with people at household level. Having everything done, the center leaves Kampala and comes to the parish. But it is the responsibility of all of us gathered here, the young and old, to make sure the parish development model succeeds. Once the parish development model succeeds, some of these we are talking about, the challenges you are faced with as children, as students, will reduce. Because what will happen, for even a parent to get a kid, will first look at the economic status of the family. And once they get a kid, they will have to make sure they provide all the basic necessities to this child. And they will take you to school. And after school, you'll also come back and be employed by your family. So I call on everybody, especially students who are gathered here, let's all embrace the parish development model, because that's the only way we shall secure our future. You'll be able to secure your future as students and also for sustainability. Precious young people of Uganda, you have dreams to chase and therefore serious work to do today. Focus on that and desist from attitudes and activities that would drain you. Be aware of negative influences and lies that misinform and mislead you as in your communities. First Lady, let me report to you, we have a habit here in Busoga. When a girl begins menstruation, some of the grandparents and the aunties tell the child that, you know, every month you are throwing away child. Every month you are throwing away child. How sure you'll be able to get many children? And that misleads girls. I want to tell you, fellow girls, me, the mature girl, I'm telling you that the God who gives children will give you children. And with the coming of technology, even at 60, you'll be able to get children. Provided you have studied and secured yourself to be able to compete in the world. It's only education that gives us the opportunity to go out and compete favorably in the world. I also want to take this opportunity, as we work on the national guidance policy, be aware of our values as enshrined in our constitution, the good values that are held by our culture, and also the good values that are in the Bible and the Quran. Watch out for negative media and peer influences. Watch out for world views that come and are disguised as modernism. There is no modernism without a character. So when it comes with characters, let's choose out what is good for us and what is useful. I implore you, all Ugandans, especially all stakeholders, that in we need to work together to make sure we develop our human resource tomorrow. And also call on development partners to join us and support the efforts for the preservation of the next generation of the Ugandan leaders. Special thanks goes to the team from the political offices that participated in making it happen. The ministries, civil society, the various schools, administrators of schools, especially those who made sure they bring children to this dialogue. Utmost appreciation goes to the Minister of Education, who happens to be the mother of this country, to all of us, and also who is somebody who has lived as a girl child, who has also worked tirelessly to bring up her children in a very unique and special way. She's a role model. She has brought up role models, and her children are also bringing up her grandchildren as role models. We've had presidents before. We've had first ladies before. But this is a family that has demonstrated being good role models to us as when it comes to issues to do, whether use of excessive power, use of showing off, they keep everything to themselves as a family to make sure they become role models. So she has done her level at her stage, pushed it to the daughters and the sons at that stage. They've also pushed it to the grandchildren. Let's learn from that. If those, abasoga banange mumpulire, babanga abalina ebitiibwa, abalina sente, abalina obusobozi bwona bwona Kibumba bwe yabagondomolako, basobola okukuza abaana baabwe nga bampisa, bamala okusoma me baanoonya abasaada, me baanoonya abakazi. Me katyo ife ki ekituwaga, ki ekituwaana? Mwewumbeku ebirungi biri mu maiso ng'omaze okwetereeza. With these words, allow me therefore take this honor of inviting our mama, the First Lady, the Minister of Education and Sports, Her Excellency Janet Kataha Museveni, to come and address us as people gathered here, and also those who are watching online, and those who are on TV and radios. Tukube mungalo nga twaniriza mama. Ab'omusiramu liga tusangaire okubona mama.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kasule Lumumba, the representative for the Prime Minister and my co-chairperson, Champion. The UNICEF resident representative, the UNFPA resident rep, all heads of UN agencies and all our partners, the development partners present here, the EU resident rep present here this afternoon, the district leadership, a head teacher of Wanyange Girls School and the staff, my young friends and children from the different schools here today, good afternoon. What a day. I want to begin by thanking those who gave testimonies here And I want to thank those who really made the time, leaders of UN, European Union, the bishop who's here, the retired bishop who's here, the leaders, and all of you children who have made the time and patiently sat here this whole day to discuss this very important subject. I am happy to join critical stakeholders of the national campaign to address defilement, child marriage, teenage pregnancy, and promote positive parenting in the Busoga region. I am pleased to be at Wanyange Girls' School, one of the traditional church-founded schools in our country. I recall in 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic struck, just like you heard from the head teacher, I had accepted an invitation from your head teacher, Deborah Basekanacho, to preside over your annual Science Innovation Fair and commissioning of new Patriots on the 27th of March, 2020. This is when we went into lockdown. But today, as she very well said, I am here and I believe that God's timing is the best timing. And I'm here for a noble cause, the battle for the soul of the next generation of our homeland. In June this year, when we received the news that a senior 4 student, Namuli Jennifer, committed suicide in her dormitory here at Wanyange Girls' School, we were not just saddened, but we knew we had to use every avenue to talk to our young. Please allow me to send my sincere condolences to Namuli, to Wanyange Girls' School, and the entire nation for our future leader in that girl. As you have heard, organizers in December 2021, the government of Uganda, in response to challenges faced in the aftermath of the COVID-19 waves, launched the nationwide Protect the Girl, Save the Nation campaign in partnership with UNFPA and UNICEF. This campaign is in response to the escalating cases of defilement, of child marriage, and teenage pregnancy nationwide. It seeks to equip adolescents with life skills and to create a safe environment for them to grow and thrive while promoting positive parenting. In 2022, also launched the class. These efforts ensure that the girl child completes secondary school as an empowerment tool, as you heard my colleague before me. As a Minister of Education, in addition to these efforts, we have to focus on promoting life skills training. These teachings enable young people to take charge of their lives by making the right choices. Thus, the Youth Summit theme that you all know now, my life, my responsibility. I am informed that all the schools have had sessions with our esteemed facilitators on purposeful living, sexuality, and making the right choices. I therefore would like to address the young people gathered here. As a mother, and indeed a grandmother, I come here today to encourage you to embrace these life skills. They will guide you, enabling you to navigate your adolescent life in these very challenging times. Since, as you have heard from your facilitators, not everything presented to you by society or your peers is for your benefit or for your good. I look across the field at you today, and I see hope, and I see the future for our nation in your very young faces. The Bible tells us in Jeremiah 29:11, in quotes, "I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." You have heard that said before me. I find myself now repeating what many have said before me. God has a purpose for each life in the world because it is His hands that create that life. So young people gathered here, indeed God knows His plans for you, plans for a future and a hope. It is significant for you to recognize that the collective plans the Lord has for you, the younger generation, if well nurtured, it will result in Uganda's continued growth and development, eventually culminating in the realization of a great nation. That's what we want to see in you, our future. Therefore, we depend on you to build on the good you have received from previous generations to bring about this promise for our homeland. But for this to happen, the differentiating factor lies in the life choices you make. And you heard Irene Kauma speak to you from her heart. You can easily identify with her because she told you she was at this school. This is where she made the decision that has taken her to where she is right now. So for that to happen, the differentiating factor lies in the life choice you make today at this critical stage in your lives as leaders destined to move the nation into the subsequent decades. In addition, the Bible says in Romans 12:1-2, St. Paul cautions us, and he says in quotes, "So then, my friends, because of God's great mercy to us, I appeal to you, offer yourselves as a living sacrifice to God, dedicated to His service and pleasing to Him. This is your true worship. Do not conform yourselves to the standards of this world, but let God transform you inwardly by a complete change of your mind. Then you'll be able to know the will of God, what is good and is pleasing to Him, and it is perfect," unquote. This scripture is the gist of the message to each one of you today. As we await God's promises, He calls on us to dedicate ourselves to what is pleasing in His sight. We do this by avoiding being lured into conformity to the standards of this world. Please shun the many voices that come through the media and the various distasteful worldviews that seek to influence your lives and the choices you make. On the contrary, I urge you to embrace the worldview that calls you to revere God and that promotes a culture of honoring your bodies as temples of God. I caution you now to beware of the current global agenda to sexualize young people. And one of you said it right there. He said he's been told that sex is his right. It may be his right, but for when? It is God who created sex, but he also gave it a time. It was not supposed to be done by children. You have a program right now to do. That's why you are in this school. You are not here to start a marriage or to start having children. You are here to have your education in order to prepare for your future. So, I caution you to beware of that current global agenda that's sexualizing young people. This is currently evidenced in the immorality and evil witnessed in entertainment events that have permeated schools and society. And you see it all over the place. And people dance as if they are the only ones who have bodies to show. But everybody has a body. And what people do in these dances really show that they are not thinking about their future at all. They are not thinking about what else they can do with their lives except showing their bodies. And you don't want to identify with that. Please be alert, and in the face of all these undesirable pressures, make the choice of true love waits. And I am so thankful to God to sit here today, to see the numbers of you that have signed those cards, those true love waits cards. Just mean what you did by signing that card. Keep it. Let it remind you that you made a commitment to God first. To God first, and then to yourself, and then to your parents, and to your future spouse, and your future family. Please don't let that be a joke. Keep that card and let it remind you every day. The True Love Waits campaign is a campaign my office is reintroducing, as you heard, amongst young people today. It is a successful and applauded campaign that began in the 90s in the fight against HIV and AIDS, when we empowered many young people, including some of your facilitators, as you heard today. We empowered those many young people with those messages to keep sexually pure. That enabled them to avoid sexually transmitted diseases. It made them stand against HIV and AIDS, and Uganda was applauded globally. So we are reintroducing it, and I know that if you take this campaign seriously, it will do what it did in the 90s. I have asked the True Love Waits cards to be provided to those who want to focus on their dreams and goals while waiting until they are adults to engage in sexual activities in the appropriate context. I therefore appeal to you and encourage you to sign these cards. And those of you who have not signed them today, please rethink and sign these cards. By doing so, you commit to keeping yourselves sexually pure and undefiled until you are ready for holy matrimony. With the consent of your parents and guardians, you also make this pledge to your peers, to your teachers, to your families, who will hold you accountable, I hope. For those who have in the past engaged in sexual immorality and are remorseful, there is still hope. Please know it's not too late. You have a chance to sign these cards also and make the choice of secondary virginity. Yes, while in this era, preserving virginity may not sound cool, it is protective though, and thus it takes courage, boldness, and understanding of godly values to make this commitment. Please make this decision to shun immorality and keep yourselves pure going forward. Also purpose to promote this campaign by being a positive influence on your peers and those around you. On the other hand, I express deep empathy for those who have fallen victim to the evil agenda to defile their young bodies in their younger generation, turning young girls into brides, getting them pregnant, and infecting them with sexually transmitted diseases. I call upon those charged with law enforcement to apprehend the culprits wherever they are. Abuse and defilement must come to an end in Uganda. So let us join hands and fight these vices, which rob our children of their innocence and well-being. I'd also like to inform you that part of the Education Plus initiative is to ensure that teenage mothers continue to access education. Therefore, the Ministry of Education and Sports has established a provision for teenage mothers to continue in school. With support from your families, I call upon you to take advantage of this opportunity to continue your education, be intentional, and work hard for your future. You also had an example of somebody who truly made that example, who had a baby but went back to school, and now she can determine her destiny. Remember that God honors your petitions, and with your promise to keep yourselves pure, He is faithful. He will help you. Therefore, do not re-engage in sexual activities as a habit, but be determined to get on the right track and aim high. To the stakeholders of the Education Plus initiative and Protect the Girls, Save the Nation campaign, we thank you for your efforts. I, however, would like to extend a word of caution. While there is much advocacy for using condoms and contraceptives and other such measures, these in many ways compound the problem by promoting immorality and encouraging young people to engage in sexual relationship before the right time. And you know, you may use the contraceptives to protect yourself from getting pregnant, but you can still get HIV and AIDS. And surely you don't want that either. Furthermore, these interventions do not provide solutions to the problem that confronts the young generation today. Consequently, I implore you to focus on real, safe, and sure solutions that are lasting for young people. Please adapt campaign messages that promote abstinence from sexual relations. You have the time. All your time is before you. There will be that time when you do everything you want, but right now is not the time. So please remember the abstinence from sexual relations, values-based disciplined lives, exercising delayed gratification, and a focus on education and life goals. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, it has regrettably come to our notice that there is active recruitment and trafficking of innocent young people into practices that are contrary to our values and culture. This is done under the guise of promoting human rights. We are following up the perpetrators, and those who are found guilty will face the long arm of the law. I therefore encourage the parents, the guardians, the teachers, and representatives of the different schools here to support the young people in your care, keep open communication with your children, and assist them to set and achieve their life goals. Please encourage them to focus on their education, abstain from premarital sex and all sexual relations, and avoid predisposing factors. I thank all stakeholders here for embarking on this journey to support the girl and the boy child, and for all the resources invested in promoting this campaign. My appreciation also goes to the schools participating in this summit, both the learners and the teaching and administrative staff. I am so grateful to the head teacher of Wanyange Girls Secondary School, Mrs. Deborah Bazekanacho, for hosting this event. Thank you for all your efforts and resources that have made this occasion possible. And let me make you a little more, perhaps, happy by promising you that we will include Wanyange Girls Senior Secondary School on the list of the schools we are going to expand and restore. We have a program for restoring the traditional secondary schools, and we must add Wanyange Girls Secondary School. It cannot start this year, but it will start sometime next year, and be sure that Wanyange will be one of those schools. To all the district education officers and inspectors of schools, thank you for the support rendered to my office and for the cooperation they have received from you. I appreciate the efforts and generosity of the facilitators led by OFLA, the technical team from the line ministries, the development partners, the UN family. As champions of this campaign, we are committed to traversing the nation with this message, and with God leading us, I have no doubt in my mind that we will triumph. Thank you, people, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the speech by Mama, the First Lady, I would like to invite all of us that are here to put our hands together and give a befitting appreciation We thank you, Mama, for creating time. We thank you for this campaign. These summits, of course, are going to continue throughout the country. We'll now proceed to have a signing of the commitment, a commitment to the values, ideals of this campaign to protect the girl child and save the nation. A few people will join Mama, including the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, the UN Resident Coordinator. Please proceed and join Mama. The EU Head of Delegation will have the Headmistress of Wanyange Girls, our host. We'll have the head girl of Wanyange join, Acho Mebo, and then a representative of the boys, the head boy of Wairaka College, Hilary Kisame. Please proceed immediately. Join the signing of that commitment. But they are representing all of us that are here. It's a commitment to which we all subscribe. Thereafter, we will have a few photos taken with Mama to commemorate this important dialogue at Wanyange Girls School. My colleague Morris is going to guide on who, and at the end of which we'll have the anthems and conclude our dialogue this evening. As I hand over to my colleague Morris, I'd like to thank all of you. Morris did introduce me. Yes, I'm Agre David Chibenge, Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, but I'm also a champion of this campaign by virtue of my responsibilities, but most importantly, as a father and a supporter of the girl child. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now hand over to Morris to guide with regard to who will join Mama for the photo.
Thank you, Ndugu Chibenge. We want to thank the media houses that have been broadcasting this campaign to the nation, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, and Baba TV, TV Aifewa no Busoga. We want to thank you, Baba, for supporting this campaign and broadcasting this campaign. Immediately after the signing of the commitment by the partners and all the stakeholder representatives, we are now going to have the photos. There will be only 4 sets of photos that will be taken. And I will now request the UNFPA representative and the UNICEF representative in charge to make their way. You will be part of the photos that are going to take place very shortly. So please come. UNFPA, a country representative, and the UNICEF representative in charge to now make their way for the photos. And then I'll request all the stakeholders who have signed, and Gloria will help me, to take the stakeholders who have signed for the photo. Those include the Right Honorable Justin Lumumba, the UN Resident Coordinator, the EU Head of Delegation, the Headmistress herself. I also want to invite the Mayor, Ayub Babika, Bit Bisangwa, and our PS. And our PS gender. Please make your way. I want also to request that the students please be on standby. Don't be very far because you have a picture. And I will read out the list of the head teachers, and this is because of the protocol guidelines, the list of the head teachers that will have the photo immediately after our VIPs. So the head teachers, unless you have been called, please do not go for this photo, and you know why, some of you. So please let's manage that protocol. So this particular picture is for our VIPs. It includes our First Lady, the Chief Guest, the Right Honorable Justin Lumumba, the UN Resident Coordinator, the EU Head of Delegation, the UNFPA Country Representative, and the UNICEF Representative in Charge, the Headmistress of Wanyange Girls, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Bit Bisangwa, and of course the... All right, so may the head teachers, I want to mention your name, the head teachers, the VIPs stay seated, please. VIPs stay seated, please. The head teachers, Deborah, the headmistress is already there. Arthur Mbalule, Jackie Kutesa, Matthias Isavire, Paul Isavire, Pasis, Naka Tavira, Farouk Nkenga, Christopher Isavire, Hilda Namutosi, Hajat Aisha Malay, Immaculate Peno, Stephen Ziraba, Asfan Kagoda, Bernard Kagoda, Oliver Nambi, Rebecca Bachanzi, Ismail Luwangula, Ben Waiswa, Sarah Awebwa, and Sanon Bogere, and finally, Ali Bukenya from Bukoli College. So the head teachers I have mentioned, please make your way. There are only 21, and only those that I have called, please, only those that I have called, because we know that you actually were aware you're going to be part of this picture. So those head teachers I have mentioned, I want the students to come closer. Can we have the students closer? So this photo is for the head teachers. And immediately after the head teachers, we have students. Immediately after this, we have students. And finally, may I also ask the facilitators to come? Facilitators, please. All right, so our next picture, that was the picture for the head teachers. Our next picture is with the students. Head teachers, thank you very much. Head teachers, thank you very much. Students, make your way now. Students. These students represent the larger group, the 2,500 students who are here. They include representatives from some of the schools and, of course, our hosts, the Wanyange Girls School. All right? The girls, I think we'll have 2 rows, I think. And the boys representing the students. And immediately after this picture, we'll have the facilitators, who are the team that led our girls through this conversation. I think we'll hold. For those who haven't joined, you'll have to wait, please. Thank you very much, the students who've just come. The others will represent us. So apologies, sorry, because that picture has already been taken. All right? Students, thank you very much. Facilitators, make your way. Facilitators, make your way. Facilitators. The team, I'm wondering where Norman is. Okay. Norman, do you want to announce the facilitators? So we'll have the facilitators, and immediately we'll have the anthems. So DJ, line up the anthems in reverse order, the East African anthem and the Uganda national anthem. DJ, we'll have the anthems after this. In reverse order, DJ, East African anthem and the Uganda national anthem in 1 stanza each, please. Immediately after this. All right, so those are our facilitators. Thank you very much. We want to thank you, our VIPs. We can return to our areas. May I request, ladies and gentlemen, that we all be upstanding. We are going to have the anthems as soon as the First Lady has settled in. We will have the anthems. So mine is request that if we can stand, may we stand, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand. Please stand. We are going to have the anthems, and DJ will have the East African anthem, 1 stanza, and the Uganda national anthem, 1 stanza. I'll give you a couple of seconds. All right, DJ. All right, so can I get one of the girls who sang very well, just one of the girls to lead us? We're going to sing the East African anthems. One of the girls who is very sharp in her Swahili. I noticed the girls' mama were posing on us by singing the Ugandan anthem, national anthem in Swahili. And they were showing off today. So we'll have one of the girls, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank our chief guest. May we put our hands together once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mama. We thank you so much for gracing this campaign and for joining us here in Busoga for the campaign to address defilement, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and promote positive parenting. We want to thank you and your office, the Office of the First Lady, for steering this conversation and this campaign on behalf of the entire team and on behalf, of course, of the school, the Wanyange Girls School that is hosting us, and on behalf of the stakeholders and our partners, the UN family in Uganda. We want to thank you, Mama, for joining us, and thank you so much for being part of this campaign today. Please do stay with us. There will be a couple of administrative announcements as soon as our chief guest has left. Just a couple of announcements I will need to run through with you so that you're aware of where we go from here. But I want to thank our Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, who is also our focal lead person for the SDGs, the Right Honorable Justin Kasule Lumumba, daughter of the soil, our UN family members who are present here, the UN Resident Coordinator, the UNFPA Country Director, and the UNICEF representative in charge. I also want to thank in a very special way the head of the EU delegation to Uganda and the team that is here from the Ministries of Education and Sports, the Ministries of Health, and the Ministries of Gender, Labor and Social Development who are represented here. I want again to apologize to the panel, our panelists who are here, and the host, our moderator, that we couldn't have the panel discussion today. We really humbly apologize. We want to thank the head teachers and the teachers who are here today and brought our students to join us part of this campaign. And I want to ask and request our students, can we put our hands together for ourselves for being part of the very first Busoga Summit, Youth Summit, our Life Skills Summit. We want to congratulate you all for being here with us. Please do not leave. We have lunch served for you students. Lunch is at the back, and you can now start making your queues to the lunch areas. The serving centers have been organized. Lunch is available. For our VIPs who are in this tent, our lunch is in the main hall. So you will be led by the ushers to the main hall where lunch is being served. Our VIPs' lunch is in the main hall. For the rest of the students, lunch is served in the serving tents behind us. Please make your way, have lunch, and please prepare to depart immediately after lunch as the Wanyange Girls team will be leading us through that. So on behalf of the Office of the First Lady and on behalf of our partners, I want to thank you all. May God grant you safe journey, Masters, and thank you so much for being part of this campaign. We wish you well. God bless.
DJ, can you play me? I want to dance in my journey. Yeah. When you play me that music, you play the music that we like. And every time when we dance together, we dance the music that we love.